introduce it.
Okay.
Hello, good evening, dear chess friends. Welcome to round 8 of our tournament, Whitsun Open in Munich. And
also welcome from me.
yes. So yesterday we saw the two leaders, Amar and Visakh, made a draw with the black pieces. So today they have swinged the white side, and we see that Amar choosing e4, and Demchenko went into Philidor. It's quite solid opening. On the other hand, it leaves a lot of pieces on the board, so maybe he's aiming for something more, or maybe it was just a surprise. And okay, we see right away that I played h3 and then g4, so it is possible to play it right away. It's known as
before h3.
Okay. Yes, known as Shiro variation, and this one was played.
Some threatens. Yeah.
Yes.
7.
Yeah, there's some like ideas. Then castling long, developing swiftly. I think maybe h6 is necessary. Yes, and then like this. I've seen this for the first time. So h3. Obviously now black can take it. So he went it slowly. It's kind of improved fianchetto, one might say. It's not even so much about the attack. Yeah, you might imagine something like this. Bishop g2, bishop b7. Just later on he might use it actually for a central battle, yeah, and he could play f4, e5 also. So yeah, quite a new situation. Demchenko played with h6. So he stopped g5 altogether. He might still do it and take it with the bishop, but it's not really the same. The knight stays on f6. Maybe it's he will just develop normally, you know, like this way, and maybe ideally with the long castle. Yeah, so that way he could focus on the king side. It's a bit more like Sicilian, yeah, in this sense. So when the plan is that clear, it's okay. It remains to be seen if black cannot, for example, play b5 right away. I want to play b4, and he has to recon with d5 at some point. How does this work? b4. Check. It's probably decent for black.
It's okay for black.
Because he has nice compensation.
Bishop c6 and pressure on the c line.
Yes. So far, so good. Maybe white is playing a3 also, yeah, kind of mirroring black, and maybe a5, but still not threatening really. Black might do this, like something similar. That's the idea of he's transposing into some kind of gioco piano. No, not really. You know what I mean? Kind of Spanish structures, but. Okay, I think white is happy. He will just play like bishop e3, bishop queen d2. Yes, and he's flexible, and depending on the situation, if black opens the center, there might be quick long castle, otherwise short castle. Because I'm a bit worried also with white that I might be attacked on the queen side. Yeah, so a complicated position, and
similar ideas as in the Sicilian.
It seems to me that both sides are really playing for a win, because Amar, even though he has the best tie breaks, still wants to use this last chance to win with white, because tomorrow with black is going to be difficult, maybe against the likes of Korobov. Yeah, so he wants to maybe decide it today, and I can understand this sentiment. I had like similar situations many times. That round 8 you are white, and you have to choose if you are playing for a win or for a draw. But it's an open tournament, somebody out of the 5.5 point players is going to win. Yeah, so if he really wants to go for a glory, then this is the time to do it. And then the last round, it's very nice. He could opt for a short draw, or like even so, like then if he wins today,
Probably he will become black
yes.
pieces.
Probably he will become our winner. So, now we see Visakh against Alekseenko, we just have those three moves, h6. This was used by Gukesh at the Olympiad first round, and I think he beat some Austrian GM. Not really sure about the merits of this move. So okay, he's waiting. Maybe with G3 he plays with Bishop B4, and after this,
Catalan.
I assume he wants to play. It has some sense that here I want to play Bishop D6 immediately. This is a useful move. It's similar to the A6 move in the Queen's Gambit. It goes like this. Now A6. Magnus Carlsen popularized this line, and now it has some points that he might trade in B5 or Bishop D6, but A6 right away. Okay, if I'm white, I'm playing Knight C3 normally, and it's kind of this position. I think.
Gambit with Bishop F4.
Yes, it was maybe even with E3 it was seen, or Bishop G3. Yeah, I like white. Okay, this A6 is kind of useful move, yes. So one never knows, but then perhaps B6, kind of like a Tartakower. But certainly, yeah, I would pick white. Yeah. So he went for Knight C3, so we'll see. And it's a rather safe position, and also offering me some chances. And here, Safarli versus Petriashvili, we see the Pierce. Yes, and it's quite unusual. Yeah, the modern or Pierce is not really being played now, especially on higher levels. Sometimes it's a way to get the game with black against lower rated opponents, but this is not the case here. So I know that Arjun Erigais likes to play Pierce lately more, or even our Slovakian #1, Eruš Pechač, but I was never really fond of it. So Knight E3 is just one move, maybe aim to completely get him out of the preparation. I think that both after Bishop E3 and F4, white is nice advantage, and yes, black omitted Knight F6. I think he will play it later anyway. So okay, Knight F3, A6. Now he's hinting at B5. White could do A4 to stop it. It's logical, yes.
B6.
Knight D7 and B6. So let's put the bishop here. Kind of standard position.
E6.
Maybe E6 like Max Utelki. He was actually the player for Sloan Breslau a long time ago, and like he played this system, yeah, so it's named after him. But I don't know. I think white is better, and it's not okay with the knights on C3 and F3. It's not so easy to break it through. Then later on there were some engine games on this, and like they were proving white advantage, and something like this, playing C3, and like they okay, so C5 is kind of committal, so let's say this, and they're kind of using this square, yeah, so attacking, yes, exactly, and then slowly like playing E5 and growing the pressure. Some beautiful games were played on this, but between humans, I'm not sure that this is so popular. So I mean, this could happen. By the way, he's still
not
good.
On the high level.
Yes, he's still good for could go for kind of normal setup like this. Yeah, I don't know this. But they maybe even with E5. Yeah, so. Yeah, so it's full of possibilities. I think, yeah, here I play this because I want to take with the bishop and kind of have harmonious setup in this way. Also better, yeah. So yes, he could play with B6 or Rook E8, all of this standard. So now we see Bernadskiy versus Laurusas. This Knight E4 line. Queen E2, Queen E7,
okay,
and
Petrov.
Petrov, yeah, and there are some beautiful traps in it. So I would say that it's something new, and people like to play it, but I don't believe that maneuver knight c4, knight e3 could lead to something. The knight is still awkward there. Okay, and like lately I was preferring the knight takes e4 line with black, but here I would like to show two traps to our viewers. So like the one is knight c6, and now the obvious move is knight d5. There comes knight d4, and this was played, Karlsson Nepomniachtchi. And here I always like to show this, like what happens after queen c4. And I think Edin already knows, yeah. So that is knight c3 check and knight takes c2 checkmate. So yeah, this one is really nice. And once this happened, that black played after knight c6, yeah, it came knight to c3. And here the correct move is knight f6.
Go back.
Yeah, this one is kind of also positional mistake because white recaptured with the b pawn, aiming to strengthen his center. And the game went like this: that rook b1, and now crazy blunder, long castle, and yes, and queen a6 happened with the mate. Yeah, so like he was maybe expecting some sacrifice or queen b5. No, that was really working. By the way, even here after g3, white is much better because this is compromise. But queen a6 is very nice. Yes, so queen a6 and I will put it here on the board. But none of this we'll see. Also, the move c6 is quite safe. I would say that here after knight c3, I don't have to touch it. I can develop. Yeah, so I have this protected maybe this way, and then perhaps play with g6, bishop g7, the fianchetto. So. I wouldn't be worried with black as Laurusas. And Petrov just play Queen's Gambit exchange, and now Max has played with knight bd7. I don't like that he castled so early. I mean, it's no problem. He could do it now. This move knight e8 was also preferred by Magnus sometimes, and. I think it's reasonable then bringing the other knight this way and then taking the light square bishops. Yeah. He played knight bd7 and f3. You see that white is not castling yet. He's suggesting that he might launch an attack. So I like this recipe, like not showing my hand, like playing knight bd7. I think I mentioned it already that here. Trading, and if white goes for the short castle, I am castling 2. If white goes for the long castle, I am castling long 2. Yeah. So and kind of saves a lot of troubles for black. But that's it. Okay, this is normal move, and he might even go to challenge white in these positions and
Fighting for the center.
Fighting for the center. And here the typical move is rook e8, and even the modern way to play it is b5. Yeah, so always looked a bit bad to me that this c6 was hanging, but actually it's not such a big problem because black will play it dynamically with sometimes b4, c5, and especially after f3 or e4, like this is a good counter. And, I think nice chances. And maybe Max Hess is fighting for the GM norm, yeah, now that he won 3 in a row last round while to rook ending against Leonardo Costa, so yeah, it would be a great result for him. Now let's go to the Krishna and Korobov game, and Korobov is clearly playing for a win with black, this very difficult position. No, if I were white, I would like to take, especially in this situation against stronger opponent. Here my position is very solid, and of course there are some nuances, but yeah, now let's say g6. this one. And okay, we have complicated game, but it's a bit more controlled from white. I have castle. I can play in the center, e4, e5, or black might play e5. So this is all right. That's I mean, bishop h4. This anti-Moscow gambit also could be played. So this g5, bishop g3, b5, and h4. One of the moves. It's also possible to play like bishop e2, castles, queen c2. What I would prefer, or knight e5 immediately. But okay, he did this. And knight b7, yes, that's nice. He has some points why he cannot take on g4.
Queen b6.
Queen b6, but
Only move.
yes, this one maybe just rook g8 with some compensation, or compensation like but just take back the pawn. So now this one, yeah, I'm sure this is still theory, and Anton is booked up in such positions, yes, so he's just not playing it by his feel, yeah, so that I know. So bishop b7, and yes, now we are waiting on white. So I think he can castle both sides, but if he castles queen side, it's quite dangerous. Yes, some queen a5, b4 later on. Okay, and if he castles king side, there was some nice game. Aaron and Anand, which black won, but okay. Let's say a6. I play for c5. But it could be double-edged, yeah. I mean, this position is 97.
Bishop e7.
Yes, somehow both of his bishops were pretty bad in that Arana game. Yes, I remember, and black later on played with c5, and he dominated his opponent. So, but all in all, like there are so many options here: f3, f4. Some king h1 also in preparation. There is a4, b3. Like this is a moment. Yeah, sometimes the queen could go to h7. So black has to be on the lookout for many things. Yes, but it suits him, and he's playing for a win. I'm sure that he knows the theory better. So yeah, I mean Krishna played with rook d1, so not showing the hand with the king, but. Okay, clearly how he's going to castle short in this sense. So yeah, I expect him to play knight to d7, and maybe bishop g7. Yeah, he needs to calculate what happens there after d5. Yeah, so that the black position might collapse pretty soon. Yeah, so maybe.
Queen a5.
Yeah, maybe this a6 is good. Yeah, queen b6 is also a move. Yeah, so let's say this one and something like this. Yeah, very complicated. I think. Okay, of course, if black survives it, then he's pawn up and kind of has a nice setup. But there are so many pitfalls. Yeah, so queen h7 also going on. So. I would also like to keep the position closed, something like this. That gives up the d5 square. So white might even try to pry open with a4. The idea is that now after b4 I'm taking and playing here. Now this I will collect, which is pretty nice. If black doesn't do it,
a6.
a6 is a move, yes. I wanted to take everything so that now the long castles is not so favorable for black. And here I'm claiming that black king has nowhere to go.
Should stay in the center, yeah.
Yes, he should stay in the center. I mean,
In the game Petrov and Hess, they went
going
into an ending.
yes, so here we go. Yeah, Petrov against us. And they played knight to e4 with some transformation.
It's forced.
Yeah, so maybe this f3 wasn't the best, because usually this motif doesn't work, but now it would be a check on h4, and White decided that he doesn't want to venture into this because this is pretty poor and
Many
yes.
weaknesses.
I mean, weaknesses, maybe it was somehow playable, but okay, I understand he wanted to avoid it, yes, so this way, knight c3.
C3.
Now, just simply taking is also possible, like this way. I would consider it
King f2.
king f2. Exactly, yes.
Queen d2 and
Queen d2, and then there I have some kind of pressure. But still, black has no real targets, and even like this g4 is pretty scary for white. Like I might one thing I might do
F5
this,
or
and
C5.
yes, and even this becomes a possibility. Yes, c5 also. So I understand that he went for this.
okay.
Now he must take so like bishop e7 is just this is hanging. This is okay, how yeah. So this one. I can have like one last
Rook f1.
well, rook f1, but now I'm
White is an
down.
exchange up.
Okay, so what happened here? So okay, bishop e7 I could play. Yeah, actually there's a problem that this pawn is hanging. Okay, I think it was
Okay, so
also
king f2.
also just playable. Like for example, I like such endgames with white because
More space in the center.
more space, some long-term advantage. Of course, it's going to be most likely a draw, but
Better bishop.
yes, I have a very
G4.
kind of free rolling position, yeah, and if this was possible, okay, but he took
Took the queen and
he played bishop. No, he took it immediately. Okay,
took back.
yes, and he took back. So okay, so why to put the rook here? This is kind of similar, yeah, and I will play king f2, and okay, I'm thinking how to play it for black to equalize quickly. But
C5 is not so cool.
yes, I mean
Weakens the d pawn.
yes, in endgame the dynamism of black position is much lower. Yeah, this is what I came to understand. That endgame is a bit different from middle game. That in the sense that like the move which with the queens would have been quite good. Like without them is poor one, yeah? And like it will lead to some suffering. Yes.
A5 to prevent b4.
Yeah, I think this is a
that's
reasonable
okay.
move to expand here. Maybe even with the idea of
Yes.
something like this, yeah, just to build.
Nice chain.
Yeah,
on
some
the
shield
queen side.
in there, yeah. But Petrov already played g4, not wasting any time for king f2, and I like white. I think
The idea is to play
this is
knight g3 and
very pleasant position, yeah, like this one.
easy to play also h4 and
Is to play absolutely no risk.
G1.
I will just the queen side I will ignore, and the king side I will slowly improve. Yeah, with everything. I think this should have been avoided. Maybe this was kind of dangling carrot with 94. I mean
it wasn't necessary.
it was necessary. Okay, he could play kind of normally, or this b5, bishop b7,
Knight h5 and
knight h5 also.
trade the bishops only.
Maybe like he wanted to stay away with bishop f2. That's why he played. I'm only guessing. Yeah. So maybe now not knight h5, but the other ones, and it's
Rook,
fine.
rook e8, yeah.
Yes, it's fine for black. So we see Korobov playing bishop e7. So far he's not worried about d5, for good reason. We just take it twice, and then with the knight. Now let's look at the game Rohith versus Fedorovsky. So we have queen's gambit declined with bishop f4, and this knight bd7 line. Okay, it never really was attractive for me for the black pieces, but it's quite solid, and this c6 b6 bishop a6 I think it wasn't cracked, yeah, and then like white has just only minimal advantage based on space, but nothing concrete. This knight d4 it was used to be played by Fabiano Caruana, and now usually like rook c1 is the reply, but this one I don't know. Take, and now bishop f6. Should I like this for white? Question is, like, if e5 arrives in time, okay, I could take, but also like d5. So what is black doing? Also, this cannot be the way because the C pawn is vulnerable. So without pawn breaks, it's a pretty difficult situation for black. So okay, maybe let's play this. Prepare
E5.
So if I'm white, okay, I'm maybe playing for this pawn.
How to protect it?
I don't know. I don't know. Black might hope for some kind of end game, like something like this, but I'm not sure that this is so great. But just to show that I will play this and bishop d5, and okay, maybe. But I'm losing the second pawn in the process. Yeah, so it's a bit.
A3 and castle long.
Yes, it's a bit dubious. So either this.
How to protect the pawn? Knight, bishop d7.
Yeah, he might put the bishop there. That's maybe the best option, but still.
B4, A4.
Maybe just simple developing move. Even okay, I want to show one position which might be relevant. Like if this happens, okay,
That
perhaps.
would be okay for black.
Yeah, I mean, maybe with the queen is better, but I want to show that here. Long term also white has a nice position, kind of long ranging bishop, and
You can go here for bishop h4 and trade the bishops on the
yes,
diagonal.
of course, you can trade it and just be stubborn. Yes, but even so, yeah, so some advantage to white. Yes, but he doesn't have to take also, and black can take with the queen, so there might be some standoff like here maybe. I want to play like this.
Open the b file for white.
Yes. Who knows? Maybe a5, a4. Anyhow, I like white, and I think this is like again very pleasant position. So we saw several queen's gambits, which
Yes.
are nice. Yeah.
In many games.
Yes, we skipped the game of Jürgen Straub, and yesterday he
No, he
won
won.
a nice old Indian game. So now he played
Rating.
Red Larsen. So again, unusual choice, and bishop b5 check. Take castles. This one is just safe position. I don't believe white has any advantage because okay,
Black is doing good.
black traded his bishop, and okay, what can we do? Maybe d3, knight bd2, like this.
And e4 or c4.
Yes, and black could also play with e5. Something like this could occur, like various move orders, and I think it's also around equal.
The white bishop got poor.
Yes. I mean, I could keep some tension here. After c4, d4, we have some kind of Benoni structure.
For white.
For white. Okay, my idea would be like if he takes like this, maybe b4. It's so bad. I want to
b6, yeah.
yes, b6, and at least like in this version, I have something open, and I could,
Some pressure.
I could hope for
But you
something.
can also take with the c pawn.
Yes. You can also take with the c pawn as black with this idea. So then maybe rook e1.
It's more like Benoni. And
More like Benoni.
a3, d4.
I think there is some difference though that with the trait of those light square bishop, which happened on move 5, all of those Benoni positions are, let's say not so dangerous for black. Yeah? If you see this position, this knight single-handedly defends the king side. Yeah? So therefore, I'm like. I think it's like equal, yeah. Like normally I would favor black, but with the pair of bishops on, but not like this. So
White played e4 instead of e4 in this game.
no, it was some bishop d6. And this is the
No?
current
Oh,
position.
okay.
Yes,
Okay.
and white could also play with d4, but this is the one thing I don't like so much. That after this, okay, it's possible to play, obviously, but it's more try to simplify with white, and well, he might go for it, and there's not much wrong. There'll be some trades, pretty even position. Rohith against Fedorovsky. So Yeah, we saw this is nice, and then Hulka against Oktem. Let us backtrack. So it was this English offering the c4 pawn. Black didn't take it. Played for symmetry. It's also possible to play knight e4, but then d4, and the knight will be challenged. So this one and bishop g4. I know that here a5 is possible, or some kind of rook e8 waiting business. Yeah, he just wants to wait cd5, cd5, and put the knight on c6. This is like the most natural, but knight bd7, okay, knight c3. Okay, like white. I'm not sure. I doubt this is theory for black. It looks a bit shaky to me. Kind of white took already a pawn, and now he can capture 2 bishops. And definitely Valentin Hulka, some chances like, do I want to take with the pawn? Not really. If I take with the queen, I could, maybe he wants to just, but also I could do it like this and just capture the material. This is not perpetual, I'm getting back. Yes, so rook a8, queen d5, and that's it. So also just in general, I could play like this. Okay, maybe he's relying on some tactic like knight f3 and then simplifying. And b6, how does this work? If there are opposite colored bishops, there are reasonable chances for black to make a draw, but it's not guaranteed. Yeah, so let's say rook d8. Rook d8, yeah, might be the reply. Yeah. But okay, then he really takes on h3, yeah? This is the problem. And now it's even material, and okay, I would still prefer white, but now maybe I have to take the knight because it's getting quite annoying, yeah. And like this position, yeah, this is a pretty easy draw for black. So not this one. Maybe I would like to really trade those queens. That's maybe nothing here. Take.
Very equal. Take on b2.
Okay, but now maybe I'm winning this pawn, yeah, at least. Okay, this also should be a draw, but okay, I would take this for white. I know they are the weak, yeah. So like there has to be something better, you know, maybe. Rook a8 with the idea like here I'm going. It's a bit risky, like now. Okay, now I have to do it, yes. So I summon with the bishop now. And we have like this version with the active rook.
Probably better than the other one.
Yes, this like should be reasonably easy draw for black, but the game is going on. So and white might choose also something else. And the only problem is his queen, that she's getting hit on the C and D files. Like that's the reason why he played queen b6. And white needs to decide like what to do now. Maybe this is a move. But he was just there, yeah, like this might be a move for repetition, yeah, so or queen d6, yeah, so it doesn't, like here he played knight f4. So his idea has to be, and he did, he
took on b7.
Yes. I see only this on the left side. We have like the current position, queen takes c6. Here we have analysis. Okay, so chances for white. Probably a draw. And Costa versus Philip. So let us go back, and it was advanced French, yes. And again without this queen b6. And this is also new for me, that knight f5 and a5. So not taking the pawn right away.
Because of b4.
Yes, I know b4, but is this like a problem or?
No, not really.
Like b5, I go here. I think. Okay, it gets white some space. Yeah, I mean, okay. I could understand why he didn't want to do this, but still, like I would, quite like this for black. So this I get some stability on the queen side. Okay, he did a5, also possible, and now a4. Maybe white was thinking of taking on f5. How What is that like now? We want a pawn, queen b6.
B6.
Definitely black has compensation. Bishop e6, rook d8, and so on. But it's not so easy to suggest a move now for white.
Knight g5.
Knight
Because the bishop is hanging.
Yeah, this one is awkward. Okay, I have to go like this.
d8 and bishop c6.
Yes, actually, it might be nice that
It looks
when I kick
possible, yeah.
away the knight and I play.
Also.
Actually, yeah, you provided me with a strong idea for black. Yeah. So this one makes some sense. Okay, then Savitha versus Keinanen, and okay, what is this a misclick? He wanted to play e5, but
He played e6.
played d6. So this is completely not planned. Maybe it speaks something about the Indian opening preparation. Maybe they were just scared. I noticed several times. Also yesterday against Savitha, it was Roman Pirik who played b3 and then e4. Yeah, so he wanted to completely escape the theory. So now she must be feeling that they are underestimating her, or what is going on. That okay, this opening is being played. Now what about knight g4? Okay, I could play rook e1 and then change the. I could also play h3 and take everything. No, that's only equal. But okay, rook e1 and then the knight perhaps needs to go home. Yeah, so like this one is very awkward. So
Bishop c5.
oh, that bishop c5. There is also knight e4. But yes, I understand that. Maybe better.
e5 is hanging. Queen e2 is
Queen
probably
e2
easier.
is easier, or bishop f4 even, but queen e2, yes. Queen e2 also I'm going here, yeah. And now this is a big problem.
Knight e4, however.
Knight e4, can I do this?
Okay, and then f5.
f5, oh.
But
Yes, f5.
you have to go
This is
to
not
h6 after this.
what I wanted, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can go back, but then you have two bishops. Then it's good for black.
Weakened king structure.
So how to deal with it? Okay,
You can
so
also take on h7
this one.
with queen e4 after this.
Yes.
Both knights are hanging.
Both knights are hanging, but I feel that here maybe some compensation for black.
Which one? Shall we take this?
Maybe this one, because this is the worst knight. Oh, but of course this is bad. Yeah, this is like pawn down, and so this is one line. Maybe this bishop f4. It's because this knight will have to vacate it. So I mean, knight d7 was perhaps also too passive, or knight e8. So he went this kind of method of elimination, and now happened this, and now knight c4.
That's necessary too.
Yes, to stop the attacking ambitions of white.
Straight on d3.
Yeah, he's looking with the sacrifice, but not good enough. And yeah, he wants to take. Can
Bishop
I preserve
e4.
the bishop? Yes.
b6
Or maybe this. I want to. I'm not sure this is the best. Maybe bishop d2. Rook d1. Okay, with Blake, if I was given a few more moves, then I'm happy. But
it's more comfortable.
More comfortable for white, definitely. Also, when the bishop comes here, I could take it. Yeah, grab the two bishops. Sometimes, yeah. So there are some tactics. Now Bhagat versus Kobo. And we see Nimco. Queen b3 and a5. I only seen the c5 move here.
Queen e7 is also possible.
Queen e7 also. Then bishop g5. But a5, okay. So bishop b7. The queen is a bit misplaced, so it's not so nice. But I would kick away the bishop, and he did it for himself like this.
It's easier.
It's easier.
To take the queen and
Like Okay, I think the idea is still that he wants to play d6 and he doesn't want to think about all of this. But actually, he
You
should.
can trade it.
I think he should play it, yeah, and just like not, and then play d5 and calculate out this one, yeah. But okay, this kind of lazy solution, yeah, the taking and playing d6 and some slight edge for white, now b3, bishop b2, knight b2. Yes. So I think it went well for him. And let's check our friend Wong. So yesterday he lost, and I have a feeling it was a bit unlucky. The game turned around, but this time he's choosing English. We're going back. It was possible simply to take on c3. That's the line. Also, like if this I'm going d5, so queen takes d4, c6, bit artificial to my style. Maybe he was like sometimes this could be the, but I will do it when I need to. Yeah. First I would like to develop g3 or b3. Okay, he did this, knight g3, take bishop e2, knight c5. I think it's a reasonable position for black, even though with Isolani he has some nice development, and also even if I lose the pawn, it's something like this is not forced, but just saying, yeah, that like this kind of position, it's probably fine for black. Yeah. I have a lot of
Bishop c4.
lot of counterplay here. Like there are some vulnerabilities on the queen side. Yeah, so normally he should hold it. And okay, let's make this our last game, Druska against Petersen. So both were playing some enterprising chess. I think, of course, Druska was more solid, and no real big surprises here. So Rubinstein Nimzo, and he played this one. Okay, now c5. Okay, black could choose to trade and jump with the knight. It's also possible, leading to pretty equalish position. That just c6. Yes, maybe transposing to the queen's gambit declined setups, like something like this. Isn't this like a direct transpose? No, bishop h7 probably not so great. Like this one is like queen's gambit declined. Maybe with the a3 included. I'm not so sure. Maybe not.
And the idea e5.
With the idea e5 or just this. This one was like very solid plan for black. Okay, he went back because now suddenly it makes sense for why this a3 and c5. I like that he got some advantage here, maybe with b4. But black. Okay, I think this doesn't fully equalize, but it's a try. Like if I'm white, can I stop it? Can I play b4 right away? Maybe I will do it that way. Black rush to play e5 to not be stuck in this kind of inferior stone wall. But here, okay, white enjoys nice two bishops. Also nice structure. I could play with b5. The idea is to fix the c7 pawn and then attack it later.
King b3 and rook d1.
Yes. Also, I mean, black just wants to close the position down, yeah, something like this, maybe queen e8. It's not so easy to break through. Yes, so that's why okay, b5 is one plan. Also, like slowly a4, a5 is the way. So now let's circle back, and we have a lot of new moves here. So rook g1, yes, bishop d3, queen b6. Okay, a bit of a. I think at least, yeah, this is completely new. We can see. This is also a bit weird for white, but not so easy to solve. Like bishop e3, I think black is taking, like unfaced. So that's why a3. Now he wants to do it, so then the queen would be trapped. But then black is taking on d4. Okay, so this one. Oh, the idea is this, then now the queen is trapped. So queen c7, and then he took d5. Okay, it looks bit dangerous for black. I wanted to say like opening, but actually also white played all of this. Yeah, it's weakened, and so that means he can castle short really. Yeah, so he could also.
If queen f3, then 95.
Yeah, 95 or like this. We could imagine that now black is feeling pretty safe with an open center. They usually wouldn't be an attack, and okay, some knight f4 might be happening, yeah, and queen is a bit exposed. So I like black here, yeah. So also this knight, we are always teaching the kids not to play this. So yes, I mean. It is kind of true, yeah, that why the knight is there, yeah. So he'll need to spend at least one tempo getting back. So I don't like what Amar. Maybe there's some kind of nervosity here that he's playing for a tournament victory. Maybe here the move b3 could be.
Or take on e5.
Take on e5, but he doesn't want to do it. Then he opens up this bishop. So it's like the whole point of this Fedor. He wants to retain the space advantage, but
92.
Yeah, 92 I like more. Yeah, better than knight a4. Yeah, I'm beginning with the knight there. Maybe playing c3, knight g3.
d5 would be very sharp here.
Very sharp, yes. Like if I take, there is e4, so I have to take like knight takes e5.
But when I
e4. Yeah. This is. I have a feeling this is very decent for black, yeah, because actually I can win this pawn, yeah. So this is quite typical. So
queen b4 also.
Yes. So I have to take like this. Maybe also still taking there. No? I want to win the two bishops. So like this, can take. Okay, I can't take any further here, but I like this with for black also. My two bishops, bishop b6.
Active player.
Very nice. So already here he is facing some problems. I'm not sure about this h3 g4 and then rook g1. As I mentioned, I would play with bishop g2 and bishop e3 and that way. Okay, so let's see. So d4, knight f4, take d4. So this is our current position, and white is thinking. So let him. Then Alekseenko. This is another crucial game, and it was a need. So it's now very popular to play with bishop on d2. I mean, that's set. It's no big deal. Now knight b7. If I were black, I always like to do this. But now he can park the bishop back. Yeah, so it makes sense that
to prevent the trade.
Yes, exactly. So we have this position relatively even, but white has some long-term trumps.
e5.
Play. Yes, e5. Maybe I could trade. Maybe go here. Or just bishop e2 here. Yes. So could be. And Safarli, yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay. He will.
Hello, sir, welcome. Yeah, so we have a changing of the guards.
Good evening, Milan.
Welcome back. Yes. So,
How is the going?
yes, it's going decent. And now we look at number 3 game, where Petriashvili played modern defense with b5.
Okay.
And now a4. Safarli is challenging the queen side, and now d5. Okay, so my first question would have been, why not this? I'd prefer take the central pawn.
Right.
Okay, now this one is kind of hanging, but not really. He might just play, and bishop takes a6, his bishop takes f3.
What is the live position?
The live position is this one, which we'll get to it.
Okay.
So I mean, this one I would say it's pretty decent for black. So I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go for it. He played a5, so now d5. White kept his central pawn. Actually, he wants to open the center, so he played bishop b5 check. And that's maybe black didn't really consider this because it's a bit strange. On the other hand, white is also risking with this knight. I mean, it will take a lot of time to get him back.
It looks completely offside. The c3 square is not there and c1 is not there.
I mean, but the problem is that black is facing some development issues.
Yeah, you need to complete the development.
Like here, for example, with such a hole, it's no good for black. Yes.
Maybe kf7, rook e8 followed by kg8, kh8. Something.
Yes.
He needs too many moves to settle down, and then.
Yes, I mean, and white could play like c4, so that if you take, I play knight takes c3.
And knight on the sixth rank is a big pain.
Yes. So.
I remember an old saying which says knight on the sixth rank wins by itself.
Yes, if he gets there, yeah.
Maybe Aaron Nimzowitsch, I don't know, Tarash, somebody has told in the past that knight could become very dangerous if you allow them to get settled in sixth rank.
I think even why he did it this way, like he could do that and bishop b5 if he likes.
Yes.
Let's say after bishop 97, but he did it right away. Of course, c6 is out of the question because
Yeah, discover check and then it will crash into queen side.
Yes. So bishop b5 check.
Maybe black thought that the knight on a2 is getting locked, so he will get to an extra piece to work out his.
Yes, maybe he could afford to play with the king in the center. Yes, so or now he can choose knight 97 or 97, even knight f6.
And maybe at a later stage h5, h4, something like that, because the rook is around at h8.
Yes. I mean,
well, black has many questions to answer. I could see that.
yes.
Yes.
Like this position doesn't inspire trust. Yeah, somehow he needs to. But maybe if he gets out, then he could be even better. Yeah. So
it needs a shake-up because I guess.
Yes. This looks quite good. Now he can take. Yeah. So, and like this.
If he can manage to come to that position, he will thank you for your observation.
Yes. Or just knight c1. So whenever white has time, then he transfers the knight. Still h6. Also, the king could hide over there.
Correct.
So, I think black achieved to get a nice, complicated position actually with two nice bishops. And the king, okay, the king is weak, but he could.
Maybe Nicholas
figure it
managed to a little bit confuse white with his kind of moves, and then. But if he manages to, settles down to some bit of equality in the middle game, then white will have a big job to do.
Yes, to be honest, I don't like the a4 move. Like, this is a standard position. I could play with a3 or bishop f1. Many moves, even in the center, e5, d5. But he decided to get kind of risky with a4, and I think the knight is really out of play.
Is it Theory or Safarli played by?
I think already here it's like very unusual. Also, by the way, I would put the bishop here so that I have this, and my e4 I have protected. Yes, so this I find to be more natural. But there are some nuances here. So bishop e2 cannot be a bad move, but then yes, I would have.
Generally, I found Safarli to be a safe player, but. Maybe he thought that he could take a little bit out of book for Nicholas. But it could backfire if it goes against him.
In the game Bernadskiy, Laurusas, we had Petrov.
Okay.
So he had nice finish, so c4. So
can we go from the start? Just
yes. Can we go from the start? So it was a Petrov with knight c4, kind of modern. Way to treat it, but it's well handled by black. So c6 and c4. I like this so that he wants to play knight c3, but he wants to have this move already in. Yeah, so controlling with the d5, square g3. Oh, nice. Now he took. I would expect bishop to g2.
Okay.
Because I want to achieve this, yes. So d takes c3, and now my development is very smooth. But he traded right away. So what could be the reason?
Yeah.
So now black queen has to go back and rook b1 immediately. So he's starting some action.
Yeah, black's development is not bad actually. He's,
Yes, it seems normal. I mean, white does have some ideas, but I'm not too scared. Yeah, let's put it that way. So I could castle. And if b4, I could play like this, b5. I could take. I could even play this. And I'm not. Yes.
I would say that
White still needs
black
to finish.
has managed to equalize pretty comfortably. In fact,
Yes, yes. And there's still some play going on, so I think I would have preferred bishop g2 there immediately instead of this. But this is some direct idea. I
but
prefer
generally, this queen e2, queen e7 setup normally we say most of the games ends in draws actually.
Yes, there are some trades.
Yes, but I guess when
That's a
e3 was played, white didn't want to trade, and
Yes, obviously that here knight to e3. He doesn't want to do something like this. This is very tepid, yeah.
Yes.
Offering white nothing.
they
Yes,
can
so
shake hands in 15 moves.
yes. So better to do it like this with knight to e3 and still some middle game. But in this one, black is doing well.
In fact, it could little bit provoke white also. When you play this nf6 Petrov and then the queen e7, it slightly triggers white to do something more than normal moves.
Yes, I was showing one trap that after knight c6, okay, here you could play c3 or knight c3, but there is like this line that knight c3 discover check and white could fall into this mate. Yeah, it's like a beautiful checkmate. Yeah. Yes, but
Petrov has so many quick wins.
yeah, it's well
Some
known.
for white and some for black.
Yes. So Petkov, let's bring it back like it was Queen's Gambit exchange and f3, and I think black got lured into 94 trading operation. Now we'll see. So this ending rise, and now h4 f6. So just in general, I like white because I have nice coordination and space.
Yes.
Yes, so I'm pushing on the king side. Okay, I need to prepare it like this way, and then g5. Whatever black does.
It appears the whole game happens on the F, G, and H files suddenly.
Okay, black needs to come with something to close it. I know, for example, this. That if this happens, I want to keep it desperately closed.
Yeah.
But
But it looks more pleasant for white than black.
Yes, but I mean, if he holds it down, like there are some sacrifices here to calculate this or this, or even this somehow. Now we check. But this one, of course, is not forced. It's just
We have somebody like Michael Tal, then you can be sure that he will crash into it.
yes, but descending. Okay. Wait, that one.
Even in recent times, I will say Ergesi or Jobava and people like that. They just love to give pieces. Even Alexei Shirov.
I mean, white could choose when to play it. Yes, so of course he might also try to make a positional squeeze, like Elianov, with the knight to f5, and then turn his attention into
Black's pawn structure is completely not very inspiring. It's difficult. Yeah.
Yes. Pawn structure, I would say there are several factors why this is better. So he has more space, also like nice coordination, and
I mentioned about the blacks. If G5 is going to get moved, then probably.
G5 here.
That will be not too good.
Okay, yes. So for example, I will trade and I will invade over there. Okay, it's not the end of the game, but I have some unpleasant
Counterplays, yeah.
place, and now the H line is firmly in my grasp. Yeah? So it is an edge.
I guess it's time that they got to bring both the A8 rook and bishop on C8 to do something. Otherwise, the game might end very quickly for black.
It's just a beautiful, pleasant position, and okay, he played a5, but there is really no counterplay to speak of.
Yes.
And like it will take many.
Because the whole thing is happening on the king side.
Exactly.
A5 probably could be a wasted move. He could have probably played bishop out to e6 or something.
White will ignore it, any kinds of attacks, and there are the kings there and a lot of
because the
objects.
tempo can become crucial in the end. That one move
Target,
probably could be letting him down.
So Korobov, Krishna, and this let's go from the beginning. It was anti-Moscow variation of the semi-Slav and very complicated position. Yeah, so this one 95. Okay, just maybe seeing why this wasn't working. Queen b6 going back. Maybe it is even some theory. Yeah, so who knows?
I guess both Visakh and Kobo were good bit of theoreticians themselves.
Yes, like black got some kind of nice development. He's just giving back the pawn. Yeah, so now the pawn count is even. Okay, he played bishop e2, take, rook g8, bishop b7 now. g3, okay, g3 I found a bit unnecessary. Okay, defense h4 and so on, but okay, queen b6, castles, rook d8, b3. So this b3 is usually done with the rook still there, and then I want to occupy, like let's say with the rooks on a1 and c1. And here a6, I think Korobov is doing well. There will not be any d5, that's prevented. And at some point he is gearing up for c5. Maybe kicking this bishop away first.
It appears to be very evenly placed. I don't see any big weaknesses for either side, and unless
why this pawn down? Yeah, so he should show us something.
Of course, the initiative, and you need to do something. Otherwise, you can't go take it into the end game pawn down.
Oktem, this king is questionable, but
he had moved both his rooks, so the king is going to get stuck there only.
Yes.
Maybe that is,
I dislike the g3 move. I think it was really a waste of time. There should have been something, even like with f3 or f4, something aggressive. Like this way, I think it's far too little.
And maybe he could have allowed black to play g3 and played f4, f5 and crashed into the attack on the king, correct? Or something like that. Maybe. Can we little go before g3?
Yeah, so no g3. I think castles immediately has to be like, was he worried about this pawn? I think he didn't like something like this.
Yes. Maybe queen coming and sitting. And
but it is very double-edged for black to take such a pawn. Yeah? That's like second pawn, but now really his king is maybe getting smashed. Yeah, so, and by the way, yeah, if you compare it, the kings, like this is still a very nice king, and
f7 is a huge target, and yes,
I have open lines here. So I mean, it looks like this was a possibility for white, but also maybe something else.
It is a huge kind of a mouth-watering attack for white.
Yes, and like this, I don't see like okay, what is next, because black will slowly prepare the c5, like h5, 97, then c5, and then okay, he needs to be careful with the opening of the position, of course, but white doesn't have any f3 or d5 anymore. White is just like waiting for his fate, which is not a good position to be in.
What does he plan to do for the extra pawn that he has given up so far?
I don't see. Okay, he has center and slightly safer king, so he's not doing like terribly.
He's banking everything on.
Yes. So black would need more moves to consolidate and so on, but still, I prefer black. And because ultimately, with the c5, this bishop opens, and also this diagonal might become an issue for white later on. Also because of g3.
Correct. And Korobov is a good survivor, and he has seen more than Krishnan, so I guess vast experience.
So if since this was Retin Larsen, bishop e5, kind of safe choice. I mean, he could play here with a4 to get this move in if he wants. because he's still, and rook e1 I don't think is necessary. He could even play e4 right away if he wants to. There is no black cannot afford to do it. Then rook e1. So yeah, I mean rook e1
it's
preparation.
a little slow. Yeah.
It's a little slow than d4 and knight b to a4 now a6. So I think here black is slightly better. Also the rook is a bit misplaced if he wants to play for f4. Yeah, so like it would rather have been on f1 and then something like g3 knight h4 f4. It will also cost time. And here it's like the colors are reversed. Yeah, so this one is a really passive setup for Jürgen Straub, and black should slowly improve. Maybe he can challenge this a4 pawn. So let's say this one. I'm asking. So if he doesn't do anything, I have the b file. If he plays this, then this closed, and this one is also a bit weak. If he takes, then actually I can try to occupy the a file.
Yeah. It could suit black more than white, actually.
Yes, I will not trade everything. I will keep the queen and rook, and
Yes.
also kind of hint at c4. Yeah, so I think it's a nice position for black. Still, he needs to break through, but he has solid basis. Rohith versus Fedorovsky, and we've seen this position was queen's gambit declined with bishop f4, and now e5 immediately takes. Okay, it's interesting. I noticed that Mikhail Fedorovsky likes to sacrifice his pawns. I don't see. This one is defended and this one attacked. And what is black doing?
Is it still into the opening, or there's some changes they have made?
E5. Okay, one thing I could do is bishop c4. And okay, but here this one is a bit annoying for me, which I don't want to. Okay, maybe I would prefer to castle here. Can he defend it now? b5 I'm not concerned. Yeah, so b5 I go here. Yes, and this is wonderful. Now I have my c pawn, c file, and e4 pawn is weak. So
You would have to play something like bf5 or.
yes, but I mean in this position.
Little early.
Yeah,
before.
castles. So here bishop f5 maybe.
Yes.
Yes, you can do it. This one. Well, threatening bishop takes f7. Yes.
Yeah, he can play kh8 or.
Okay, it's just very, very passive. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
He needs to
anyway,
counter the f7, correct?
yes, maybe b6, but it's all or this. But it's just a nice position for white. Like I control the center. It may be tenable for black, but I have some e6 ideas.
Yeah, I think black has more work to do than white.
Yeah, definitely. This pawn is shaky, yeah, so I could involve the h pawn, h4, h5.
And the bishop is also tied up defending the pawn.
Yes.
It's
This
not,
one-
not that great.
This one is inferior position for black, but also here I assume like his idea is that he has enough counterplay here with a5, but I'm not sold on this also. Yeah, just if I'm white, I'm keeping all my pawns, and he needs to show me. Yes, now maybe b5, maybe it's even improved version, yeah, to have it like this, because now I have indeed. This will be for every week.
Yeah, white has a good flowing attack, and
This is a very nice position for white. I predict Rohith to win. And here is some mass liquidations and I think a quick draw. Interesting that we liked white in this position, and he played with queen d5. We are analyzing bishop to b7, probably rather equal. And now I didn't see, like we are talking about the move bishop takes b7. Then still knight f3 could possibly happen, but okay. Like I would rather play this position with pawn up. I'm not saying that I'm going to win it, but Oh, but actually this is a problem. Now I need to do this. Oh, this is bad. Okay, now this is then completely equal. Yeah, then, like this position is a dead draw. Yeah, so so I don't have this. Okay, he played this one, knight f3. So maybe interesting to take with the pawn, just to have a compact structure. But okay, bishop takes f3. And I think we'll see draw very soon. Okay, white is a bit more active, but black can still, if the pawn was somewhere on e5, then this would have been permanently weak, but it could mask this weakness with e6, yes, so there is...
But I think the higher rated player should plan for a win. Somehow he should work towards it, correct? I think that's...
Yeah, sometimes the position doesn't allow it, and I mean, he played with h4, which is not really getting much. Black could also play h6 and keep the status quo, but he took... I think he wanted to play like f4 maybe. He was concerned about this. Kind of could be. Okay, black is not risking. Yeah, black is not risking. Just having a nice safe position. So optically, it looks like this rook is in the enemy's camp, but in fact, it's nothing. Okay, he could take now, and we have a drawn position or something like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
because Egatuna being an young boy would probably think of an IM norm or something like that. He would want not to lose the game.
Yes, I think he played this solely, and this already a dead draw. He played king h3, and I think they will shake hands very soon. Leonardo Costa against Philip. So it was a French defense, and now this a5 was a bit mysterious for me. And we got here a4, knight h4. Also a bit strange. So Philip, he had like this a knight. Okay, this might be traded. Maybe g6 comes into consideration. But he played this, and then he returned back with the knight. Okay, targeting this one. And rook e1, bishop c7. Now, I think white was rather pushed into this capture. And we have similar structure for game Alekseenko Druska as we had yesterday. But there it was with h g6. Okay, how does this change? I think he didn't want to enter this because now white has some kind of stranglehold on the king side, and long castle is not possible, and short castle might be risky. So, like, he took with the f pawn. So, what do we think about it? Bishop g5. That's nice. So, I mean, the advantage is that I have the f file now, and also a rather safe king. Disadvantage is for endgame. e6 pawn is a weakness.
Oh, yes, but he has played a lot of pieces behind the e6 pawn, and then...
yes, of course, he's not going to lose it yet, but slowly, I prefer white in this position, yes. One thing I can do is I could park the bishop back to overprotect the e5 pawn. This is a concept of Aaron Imcovich, and I like it because...
I guess after castle, queen e8, queen f7, I think black will push for more.
But this is pretty blocked here. This is, I think now there's very solid formation for white. And what white will do, he'll bring this knight, maybe also this knight. And queen is jumping off to g4. So
maybe prior to d4, some g5, he tries to give the pawn so that he can capture the e5 center or something.
Yes, there might be like this
Something
motive,
like that.
yeah? But now I can capture. This is...
Oh, still okay. The rook
defended.
is still there. Okay.
I mean, he might prepare it with h6 and then g5,
Okay.
but I will still play knight fd4. And
well, white has nothing to worry about, but how is he going to push for a win?
I think it's okay. So this knight d4, knight c5 is the first thing, but later on, even like something like this, I can imagine that I will open the queen side, and I'll put something there.
Maybe
so the position is even c4, but later on, I need to
keep
prepare.
hitting the e6 slowly, and something like that.
Yeah, so what I want to say that the position is not permanently closed, yeah, and White will find some way. And in the meantime, while it's closed, then the two black bishops are not playing also. So like it's not clear what black would like, yeah, in this.
Yeah.
I mean,
Also, you see, the e5 pawn is tying up 3 pieces for white. You know, they have 3, g3, and e1. So, and unless they also come to play, then only white can have a plan for a win. So, I guess your plan of nc5 and nd4 looks good actually in the long run, because b7 and d7, e6, everything is kind of attacked. The queen can't move so easily, and probably white is overall white is better probably.
yes, I think Leonardo Costa, our newest German grandmaster, is going to bounce back. And now we have a game Savitha versus Keinanen. I have to show you this. Like against Savitha, they are playing some reverse openings, and I have a feeling that they are, joking that they want to play this with black with knight c6. Just look very strange, and essentially. White is better, I think that's clear. Knight b5, knight f3. So now the next move is c3, and this one, c3 coming, or even c4. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, white is very comfortable, and
I mean here already maybe black has to give up a pawn, so like this, and I might take it. I might also do something else. Because here this a little bit soft for white, like black has 2 bishops and he has a lot of play.
He could be two pawns down, one on either side, and
yes, but even if I play it like this and then c3 and I transfer the knight, essentially this is a weakness and there is not much to show for it for black, and the central position is very shaky, so I prefer white.
I guess the lower rated one is exerting more pressure on the higher rated player.
Yes, it's just because
choice of his moves.
Choice of his opening. Not sure if this is kind of underestimation or overestimation in the sense that he doesn't want to play the theory in classical chess. So he wants to play this, and he feels more confident. He's kind of saying, okay, you are +1, but at least you don't know it. Yeah. So like this is the rationale there, but
I guess sometimes it is the mood of the person. That day you don't feel like trying out anything. You just want to play safe within the 3, ranks and things like that. But you may end up in trouble.
And Bhagat push. At this, so yes, it was named so. And bishop b2. So knight d4. So it's slightly better for white. This game is just starting. Only 11 moves in, and not much. This is kind of like a standard structure. Black might play with f5 or just queen e7 and c5 kind of. Holding the line. That's it. I like it always with white because he has potential.
Things are going very slowly here. There was one game too. I think that of the Turkish boy, 30 moves have been played, and here we have just 11 moves.
Yes, black might challenge this one. There's some like issues with here. Okay, there is no f3 or f4. Okay, but maybe just e4 or even g3. Black is hoping for some, shady tactics, but white is
maybe not g3 because in the long run it will give a diagonal for.
Yes, I know it's some kind of weakening, but
I think e4 is okay.
Not going to be fatal. Yes, e4 is fine. It allows this f5 kind of, but it's fine.
And maybe e4 followed by even d5 at some point of time.
D5, yes, maybe. And maybe even this, and after e3 I have f3 and.
Oh.
What is this position? It's not forced at all, but yeah, now this does look nice for black, but I'm not forced to do it like this way. Let's say I play bishop d3. If my opponent plays f4, I'm going to play f3 just to safeguard the king. Now this is really solid. Okay, there are always some jumps and some tricks, but I don't believe there are not enough pieces.
Not really much, yeah.
Not really much. And actually white could turn his attention onto the queen side then later on. So I think It's nice. So Kobo played with f5 and he's hoping for some attack, but I think it's nicer for white.
So Wong fairy.
So he took with the queen, which is a bit unconventional, and then he went back. Yes, so also for black, I would
Just
have.
go to the start and see.
Yes, yes. So it was English.
Okay.
Second move e3. Also, he played it, rather in a free spirit. For example, here I would take and play d5 for black. I think completely equalizing. He did this, and now with the queen, so he could take with the knight or with the pawn. Both are normal, but he took with the queen. So, okay, and for example, here with black, he played d5. So I would have played it differently with knight to c7 and then here. And then I want to recapture d5 with the piece.
Right.
To have bishop b6 and like a standard development, nothing is wrong with this. But he played d5 immediately, so also white could consider even taking there on a6. I think it's reasonable. It wins some time, but he did this and now it's Isolani. Oh, also decent for black, but what was this? Was this missed or is this any good for? Okay, so let's calculate. So he needs to take knight g4
Very
check.
enterprising, yeah.
No, so maybe he realized that this one is okay. There is d4 or taken d4. There is even like this move, but this one looks suicidal. Yeah, I mean it opens up. There's some trick, but just king d2 and white would win. I'm just trying to understand why didn't he go king to e2. So this. Okay, we have now mess and king in the center of the board. So
Yeah. This looks like those games 100 years back, Adolf Anderson and those games, Paul Morphy.
yes, I don't see anything concrete for black actually, but he might have rejected it on general grounds that okay, rook c8 and what is white doing? Like this king will always be liability. That there is no way to.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think black has high on imagination and fancy.
Now this is a threat, yeah, and then like this whole is working. So I think okay, this was dangerous, but now this is a second pawn, and white still cannot castle. Black is trying to clear out the e file and hit the white king. And therefore, bishop g4 hitting the queen, and this is the current situation. So this one is a 4. So what about queen to f2?
White is in trouble, I think. Yeah.
Do we have some kind of discoveries? Maybe this one. But this I could take it there. Okay, at least this one is not so clear. I could also prepare.
Yeah,
This-
a simple waiting move will fix white actually.
And now this devilish discovery, now winning the queen. Not only that, okay, sometimes white would like to give back the queen for some material, but now it doesn't look like.
But too many pawns are also there for black.
He should lose even more material in this. Okay, so let's say this one. Take.
Queen h4.
6. How to do it in the best way? A queen h4 will be g3.
Okay.
But this does look like it's losing for white. It's simply this. I like hitting the knight and arriving.
There is this e3, deadly check.
Yes, this will be maybe. Oh, but this one loses on the spot. And actually also now this is a threat. Yes, suddenly the bishop. So white position is too loose. He cannot allow this to happen. Now what about?
So nf2 is a brilliant move then. I mean, like
Yes, it's completely missed, and I think that okay, here white has 3 pieces for the queen, but the problem is this king can still, there is nothing to stop the e file, like the e4 square is controlled for black. And if this, okay, let's say queen to g5, big trouble for white. Yeah, knight c4 coming.
So this is one game that could be in for a brilliancy prize in this tournament.
Yes, are there some brilliancy prices there, or
I am not sure, but I guess
Maybe
we can recommend to
introduce it.
Richard that this one,
Yes.
if Black finishes off the game in a style.
there were many creative games. Yeah. Also, like many, I would say, blunders and mistakes,
Yes.
but also this one was beautiful. Let's check it once again because this, I mean,
It's a ball from the blue.
the move Bishop d3 seems wrong. And playing with twice with the same piece.
Yes.
For time and not castling. Like, why is he not castling? I don't see the rationale for this. Like, he wanted to, like, what was he thinking, that he's just going to enjoy this position with no consequences? Like obviously castling, yeah. And Black is fine even here, yeah. So whether he takes with a knight or a pawn, it's all.
Yeah.
This is a good position. Because the queen side.
But Roman has shown some amazing creativity. Just out of nothing, he has brought up.
I mean, yes, it was shocking. And just that the bishop has vacated this diagonal, so g4 square was vulnerable, and now, okay, king g1 maybe, but then also bishop c5 comes to mind. And it's like very unfortunate for white that this is his position. Knight to f1. Queen f6 or queen g5. Many moves here for black, and it's yeah, this is very scary. Or d4 is like a can opener. Yeah, so just like going back, and I will open this one and crash the white king.
E2 discovered check, and it's deadly.
Yeah, so it's just yeah, it went very poorly. I could also take and then bishop c5. So. Already after this, I think he just missed knight g4 and that he could sacrifice the second piece, and maybe black wasn't entirely sure what to do, but okay, this is kind of irresistible move. Once he sees it, then he plays it, and
every player has his day, and I guess Roman probably is calling the shots today.
yes.
Just could turn out to be an amazing win for him.
So this exactly happened, rook e8, and I think white.
This is the live one?
Yeah, this is the live position, as I mentioned here, with the knight d1 threat. And white could almost resign. There are so many threats.
Yes.
This one, queen g5 is coming in. And there is, like, I would like to at least run. But there is a saying that you can run, but you can't hide. And mate, this would be a beautiful mate. So, he cannot.
There are a few players who play till the mate, who allow the beauty to happen. You know? Like, I guess white is also part of the beauty, so you can't ignore it.
I also used to do it in several of my games. Of course, I don't like to play lost position, so when I'm like 2 pawns down, I will resign. But when the mate is very near, I remember
a game between Wesley So and Hikaru where Wesley will allow Hikaru to checkmate, the King's Indian, because it's so beautiful.
Yes, true.
There are a few who would resign prior to that also, we can't say. But.
So Druska is playing against Petersen, and he was better, but black's position is quite solid, so queen e8. I'm not sure about the b6 move, giving a target. Black would like to play like bishop e6 and then rook c8, but he's not in time, yeah? He needs to defend immediately, so... And then this comes into consideration. I think it's actually very dangerous because now this bishop is open. White has nice coordination. I think it's kind of winning.
Yeah, d5 looks weak and f5 is...
it's full of holes.
They are hampering the bishop also on e6.
Yes, and like bishop b7 maybe. Okay, could be. Like e6, let's say he's going to ignore for a moment. But no, it doesn't work.
Okay.
It's completely gone. So here I think, this was completely misplayed. Like, why c6? Why not this? Like, yes, I would be. If I was his trainer, I would be like very critical. Like because c6 gives another, and b6 gives another target. Yeah. So like here, if c5 doesn't work, then he could resign. Yeah, this is completely wrong. So. At least,
in just about less than 20 moves, white has built up a comfortable, I would say, advantage.
Yes, exactly. So So let's check the top boards once again, and we return back to this Philidor where Demchenko was doing quite well actually. Now Queen e5, I would like to play Bishop e7 and play with the queens on, because White King might become vulnerable later on. But I think there's some problems here that he cannot really castle, and knight d5 is dangerous. So that's why he played Queen e5. c4, hitting the knight, take. Okay, so I think it is rather a relief for White here, that because he's in the lead and draw for him.
Amar has been playing quite well actually. So I mean, in the sense, the confidence he has in his games, so that is showing in his moves. And,
Okay, I don't think he has much here. Yeah, so let's say this king c7 or bishop b7, king c8. The king is a bit awkward for black, but I mean White's setup is also not so threatening here. So,
correct.
Later on,
I guess
black
nothing
might
more than
think about
equal,
h5.
but
Yes, I think it's equal endgame, bit unusual. Bishop f4, king to bishop e3. So that's the current position. Yeah, White king is rather safe. You play king c2.
See, sometimes what happens, you want to play until the bare kings, things can take a change. So we don't know, Amar probably will be wanting to take a draw going into the final round for playing for the title. So
Yes, I think it is going to end up in a draw. And Visakh versus Alekseenko. So here we have some news. So it is another Nimzo he took. And I was commenting on this. It's slightly better for White, but nothing too special. And now we have action. So this winning the piece back.
okay.
What do I think about it? You could take on e4, and then we have opposite color bishops. However, black's position is I think very compact here. So like this one. I like here the move a5.
Yes.
Winning the c5 square for our knight. And here this could become very
a little uneasy for
very
White
bad
in the ending.
for the White actually. Yeah. Because this is permanent. Yeah, this will be there forever, and we can imagine black bishop somehow eating all the White pawns.
Yes. Even the knight could be, the outpost of c5 is very good.
Yes. So I suggest White to keep the two bishops, but it actually, I think it was a rather nice transformation for black, which was missed. Okay, so let's say bishop c2, then I have to
then
take.
you can shuffle the queen over there. Yeah.
And the problem with this play for White is now the e5 square is forever in black's control. So there will be like no. Okay, I might do this kind of force g6. Maybe this is hanging. I'm not exactly sure. Also e3 is weak. And I'm just, okay, maybe not knight e5 right away. And maybe queen e5. But here White has two bishops and something.
Knight e5 also asks some uncomfortable questions for White. So I guess.
I mean, yeah, but I would like to avoid playing g6 because this, it could end up badly with all the dark squares. Yeah, so. I mean now.
But knight g6 will be tying up the knight. Right?
So even some lines to calculate here. Why this can't going through? I don't know. Now I want to take. And why it's then dangerous attack? So.
Yes.
H4, H5 also. So.
Suddenly the evaluation changes completely.
yes, but okay. I would say.
Maybe, as you say, queen e5 first, followed by knight e5 after some time. It is anyway there for the asking. If bishop is retreated to c2 and.
So actually, he didn't do it. He kept the knight.
Okay. He has already played b4. Okay.
He played knight d4 and knight f5.
Okay.
So actually.
Well, that shows more activity for White.
The knight is of course very strong. I think it's important finesse that here after queen e4, which seems like he's defending and You know,
Too many spots.
now there is a problem that there comes rook f4. And suddenly he needs to go back. And okay, like this is still a bit uneasy for white, but
Yeah, queen e4 could be avoided. Why give a tempo to white with rook f4? Well, you can as well play queen e5.
no, if you play queen e5 here, then I could take it right away.
Yeah.
I could also play bishop g3. So it's now a decision for black what to do. Okay,
Maybe ne5 now?
Like this all that's
What
very
about
nice,
the
but,
ne5 now supporting the d3 pawn?
but white is playing for checkmate. I think maybe this because big attack.
Yes.
You have to take queen h5.
Oh, that's very critical.
Okay, only move maybe this. Okay, here I have some kind of knight h6 and then bring in. I'm just talking about this line. Is it any good? That I want to play now rook h5 and mate. And there is a traffic jam on 8 rank, so.
Oh yeah, I think Visakh is up to something. Probably these weaknesses are countered.
Okay, this now works for black. Yes, so not like this. But this does look like it should be made, no?
Yeah, I think black needs to be very precise to save the game. I mean, like nd4 nfi looks to be a good counter attack. And Visakh has saved himself from the ending problems.
Okay, I don't have to maybe sack now. I can do this. Now bishop c8 is going to follow. And I want to sack here. Now rook f6, rook h8. Or this. Do like, but black is keeping on. Like, okay, now rook f6.
He's surviving on thin ice.
Yes, it is. This one, for example, now he cannot take because he will be mated. So he needs to do something else. This is a threat. Like bishop f5.
No, this nfi looks very dangerous actually.
Okay, yeah, it's this one. This one is crazy position and probably good for white. Yeah. Also after queen e5. Queen e5 maybe with the idea that okay, I can take because then bishop f6 maybe here.
No, Visakh has managed to change the dynamics of the game, with his plan of nd4 and
Yes,
f5.
you can see it also can backfire. Like here,
Of course.
black is winning. So yeah, he needs to calculate well, but it does seem like here.
One slip, then it could be turning around actually.
Yeah.
So he has to go until the very end,
Yes.
The
Okay,
finishing job should be perfect. Otherwise, it'll be black who will be emerging winning.
Like if I do this, then you have rook h8. I bring this rook. But now what's next? Okay, you can do something like this. And we trade this knight because this one is now caving in. But this one is hard to calculate. Yeah, there is some d1 and
Right.
knight g6 possible. So
And g6 maybe.
it's not. I would expect here like something cleaner. I think Visakh would find it because yeah, it does seem like we. Okay, so I will play this. I will play bishop f6. You have to take, and then I take right away before all of this. And if you step on the h file, then I have this with tempo, and then I have this check. So like now, okay, the difference is that my knight is still alive, and I could.
See, the rook on f8, if it comes out, then black could save the game.
Yeah, I mean,
The traffic jam
could be winning, but the traffic jam is very real because, okay, he doesn't want to take, for example, because now there will be mate. So,
Unavoidable, yeah.
and this one is like far too slow, so now he's also mate. Like this one, I go, wait. Now he survives. Would like to.
These pieces getting interchanged will save the game,
Yeah,
Queen and rook.
some kind of miracle that we have this like perpetual check, but that has to be made.
Already, I guess Kirill is in deep thought because he's greatly worried about the consequences of.
Yeah, but there are some defensive resources. Knight g6, bishop c8, the queen is coming. But this, like, it looks completely hopeless that the king is out.
But is all these moves forced? We need to check. I
Okay,
mean,
it's just after 95. I think 95 is very risky choice. But okay, white has some like bishop e7, 97 threats. Queen g4 is coming in. It's like big threats. So like 95 makes some sense. Yeah, of course. Like
I think the ND4 NFI plan would get 2 exclamations if he goes on to win. And, kind of completely black was blinded by the plan actually.
Yes. I mean, 97 doesn't give much. Yeah, this bishop f6 is like very typical sacrifice, but rook lift is too slow.
Because it's the kind of sacrifice which if you take, you lose. If you don't take also, you lose. So that
Yes.
kind of...
you
because
have
it is
have
going to
take,
attack
yeah.
the G7. So.
At least to have something like this, the philosophy that when you are suffering, it's better to be at least something material up here. But this one, yeah, suddenly is not clear because I'm running out of steam. Yeah, so like we had this line, and the problem was that there is no G4.
Of all the lines issued, there is only one line that black could save himself, correct? So.
Or there was some perpetual. It's like now this is not good enough to take, but maybe like this with checks. Can I play for a win as black?
You can still play Queen H4 and divert it to G7. And,
yes, yes, and I have to stay there. Yes, so
yeah.
And also maybe a draw, but.
I guess probably for more than 10 minutes now, Kirill is thinking. So
When he plays like this, and now it doesn't. Okay, now black wins. So I think Queen F4, King H5, check. Okay, I don't want to make a draw, so I'm like playing with black, but this is going to. We made it. So is this one a draw? Maybe with accurate checks, like. If I go here, you go there. Go here, you go. Yeah, but basically we have. I think that this is a draw. So some perpetuals, but actually now that I look at it, it's like it looks very dangerous what Alekseenko did, and it's logical because he's half a point behind, and he didn't want to play some slightly worse position with black, like going back. Yeah, so I understand why he did it. So also, I have a question like why not rook takes f2, and I would maybe prefer to have this bishop on the long diagonal. But in the big scheme of things, maybe it wasn't enough, yeah, like for white. But actually, I like this deployment, yeah, somehow.
right.
Or Queen e4, there is f5. I think it's always something concrete, yeah. That here, for example, my knight is unpinned, yeah. So I got in this, and maybe this one is reasonable. No, but it's a pawn. So, anyway, I'm rambling about it too much, but interesting choices here. He took with the bishop, and he played bishop h4 and knight d4. So, for example, bishop c2 was more obvious to me, but he is keeping the knight. And now I don't see. I think Alekseenko is deep in thought, and like this.
But he has played Queen e4, right?
No. We have on the left
okay.
current situation. So,
Because we have to reply. Okay.
Yes. So. You have like this, and what is there?
Do we have any stockfish or something around here?
Of course, we have stockfish. Like we try to do it without.
Okay.
And he says
for this one only.
He says it's around equal with some line.
Which is a devilish calculation. It can say equal in all complicated positions.
Yes, but this one actually makes some sense. Yeah, black needs to step out and kick out this knight, and this is like the only way. And now in the endgame, assuming endgame, actually black has some practical chances at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's somehow equal. But so what about this whole e4 business?
But you
Like-
see, the humans are breaking the head for so long, and it just says it's
Yes,
equal.
so bishop c2 was better, and the reason is I have two bishops, and I want to pursue the kingside attack, and it's not so easy then to create. I mean, the problem is that h6 is already in. Yeah, so
Yes.
this diagonal is pretty weak. So that's why I want to keep the bishop actually. It's long range piece, like, but this does look impressive, yeah. And we even see this 95 kind of bishop f6, and that's a draw. Yeah, that's a draw. White has to repeat. Yes, or we analyzed what have we
Well,
analyzed?
if white repeats, black is happy to take the
Yes,
draw
yes,
because
this is a draw. This we also were saying it's a draw. So take exactly this one, rook g5. So our calculation was correct, 0-0. Yes. So interesting. So they might head down this path or the g6 where the play.
it could end in a
will
draw in a
continue.
few minutes, or if Kirill misses the way, then he'll be in trouble.
Yes. So this one. So would you like to switch? Yeah. Or later. Okay. So we will take a break. So let's now make a recap still on the first like 5 boards. So Safarli against. Petriashvili. So we saw this one and e5 actually. Oh, so this was his idea, not ed5. So I was mistaken. And now this one. It's rather explosive. Oh, but e5 is really nasty move. King f8. Yes, I think this was completely missed. Okay, because if he sees it, then he needs to play really this. And after e5 he can take it.
Yes.
But here I think it was just still because in the analysis we also suggest a 97.
Psychologically, we are not used to moving the king so easily, you know.
Yes, but he was still a bit sleepwalking. Actually, I think e5 is a big trouble because now 94, so e6, as you mentioned, that is weak. So now everything is pinned. Rook takes e5, brilliant. Yes, so. Okay, this is like a picture, perfect attack. Yeah, because also rook e8.
Another brilliancy game, the offing and something like that.
Yes, but there are like still some complications here. Petriashvili is thinking, okay, there is discovery threat he still obviously cannot take, losing the queen. Although in some version it could be maybe allowed because black has some material already. Okay. What about queen b6? But this is the problem. What about? Okay, this doesn't give much. Yeah? I mean, white could also get tangled up and lose this position. Okay, because he's already kind of pieced down the knight on a2, yeah? So he needs to prove something. And also, like, he sacrificed pawn, so it's not like...
Yeah. It's like 3.5 thing down, you know, points.
Yes, he could play this position normally. Okay, it's very messy position. And for example, here he gets in there somehow. Oh. Where to go? Now this one. Okay, still, I think big chances for white, at least practically. Look at this line. So take, cd4, and now the queen is trapped.
Okay.
And this will be devastation on the 7th rank. Okay.
So everything one piece less.
Yes. so here actually black has some material, but okay, is he going to survive the next few moves? I don't see anything imminent here, like queen f4, rook c8.
In live position, the king has already come down to d6.
Okay. So let's look at like what happened here. So he actually didn't go away with the queen. Maybe we are missing something there. Okay, now I think I have the idea that if he goes there, I give a check, king f7, and I take like this. He needs to take, and then queen b3 is a problem, because there I pin the queen, and I win, and otherwise this is crashing. So discovery is going to arrive. Yeah, so black king is really in danger. So this was kind of forced, apparently, and now we have this position. Okay, black does have some material, but his king is still floating in the air, yes.
So,
and there's direct queen f7.
yeah.
Okay, asking
queen
some
d7.
questions, and okay, but now this one falls. Okay, we need to put it away in better way. Okay, like rook d1 or something seems too slow.
Maybe
Queen
c3,
f4 is
c3,
nice.
so that cb4, ab4, nb4,
Yeah, you want to
you bring the knight into picture
bring the
and
knight
support the
back.
knight. Now queen f7 is the threat. So,
Yes. He might take and do this, and still like knight, but no, actually this has to be winning, completely winning for white. Yeah.
yes.
He's, he like black cannot stabilize here. Yeah.
Yes.
C3 is actually a strong move because okay, I will step away with the knight. I will bring this knight. There is no way, and this is going to lose. Yeah. So now.
Maybe another maximum 10 more moves. He cannot survive.
Yes. This is a question how long black is going to survive. Like probably can do much, and this is a brilliant game. I think he was completely taken aback by this e5 move. Like it was maybe shock for him. If we have a camera, we could, we could investigate. But yes, because really king f8 needs to be played in that case. Yes. So. Okay, so Safarli is going to win, and Laurusas already made the draw. We saw this, and so it is comfortable for black. Okay, knight b4, interesting. Knight a2, so it looks very extravagant, but actually he will take on c1 anytime he wants. He offered the draw. I think white is already a bit worse, so he accepted. Should be, because black is going to get the two bishops. He's going to castle.
Right.
He has no problems. Slightly more active position. So yeah, the players agreed on the draw.
I guess,
okay, so now
take a break.
I think we can take a break for
Oscar
10,
just
15
allow us to
minutes,
wait for some time.
and then we'll continue. So thank you for your attention. See you soon. Okay. Action.
Okay,
Hello, welcome back. So
let's continue.
yes, so we are jumping straight into the action on the first board. So we saw this queen trade, and I think it's good news for white, especially with the tournament situation as it is. Okay, he solved it differently with the rooks on c1 and d1, and so he wants to put his king back on e1. And I think both sides are quite safe. The rook on a4 is a bit weird, but it is active. And what can white do? This is a bit annoying. Spin. Black is improving a bit. Maybe later on he can target this pawn, but it's not clear how. Maybe like just trading the knights and then bringing the bishop. Maybe slightly better for black. Because
Black has more options here.
if you look at the queen side, yes, it's a bit under fire. And for white, he needs to simplify it. For sure it's not so bad, but...
Is c5 a threat or not? To get a b2?
Could be, yes. It's also a committal move, but yes, it is a threat. So let's say like rook c2. I'm going to play.
Looks natural. Okay.
It's getting a bit difficult to make moves with white. So also this king side is not really helping. Yeah, hard to believe it should have been like bad for white, but it is. Maybe I want to put the king away. Just.
Or knight f3 instead of this. Try to.
And f3 to trade one pair of rooks, yes.
Pair of rooks, yeah.
It could be. So let's say. Bishop to e6.
Be easier to defend. Okay.
You can capture, yeah.
Capture and run.
Maybe this will help white, yeah, to alleviate some pressure. Yeah, it seems actually that
Looks possible.
this is fine, yeah.
b4 and
Before kind of makes this weakness, but okay, it could be also
you do it later.
anything like maybe like this.
Yes.
Yes, I don't see
Okay.
here already there are no problems. So once he gets to knight f3 is a good move. Yeah, come to like black. How could black stop it somehow? He can, because also this b6 is weak. Yes, so he needs to keep the knight there, and yes. So white should hold it. Yeah.
Protect the b pawn and.
It's not really even about holding. Maybe the position is equal. It's just like he needs to be a little careful. And he played rook c2, and I think he's going to do it. And this was exciting game. Like I was analyzing it. Yeah, with our colleague, Mr. Vasudeva, and he played. He sacrificed. Yeah, so
on f2 and.
Yes, and this was maybe around equal. I was suggesting here to play bishop c2, which indeed was stronger than knight to d4, because
you have the pair of bishops.
Yes, I have the pair of bishops, and this one is already a bit weakened. Yeah, so there's something to consider. But he played this knight f5, and this did look very scary. And we saw two options: knight e5, and then bishop f6 leads to a draw after exciting skirmish, yeah, or king h7. I mean g6, like, but g is kind of a computer move that okay, it's giving up this, but playing very actively with f5 and claiming that black returned material, but in endgame he's fine. So he could even be better, yeah, with a5, knight c5. So, but king h7, yes, and now queen takes d3. This does seem very logical. Okay, what about queen h5 to try? I'm just looking if there is any difference. Queen h5 is principled. Then I want to make some sacrifice, but maybe Could be queen e4, queen e5, many moves, and
Queen e5.
maybe this doesn't seem too convincing. Maybe this. So there's also knight f6 now.
Ideas.
Yeah. My idea was actually to play queen e4 and lure this rook, and then also this is hanging, but gives additional tempo. Yeah, so maybe it's too much now to handle. Now knight f6. Oh, but this is going to end up badly. I have a feeling that this there will be some move, some kind of
rook g4.
killer move. Yes. And
G6 is not possible. G5 and you can...
no, with 4 pieces like this, white wins here. Okay, so queen h5 was dangerous. Like here, not entirely clear how to proceed with black. Maybe just like this. And if I get hit, I play queen e2. But it's very unnerving. Yeah. There is also this to calculate always. Knight takes h6 and some. Maybe he could win this knight back. Simply. No, what is this position? Looks nice for white, to be
a
honest.
few possibilities for white.
Because this is not a factor and this is a factor, yeah. So I'm kind of bringing everything to bear, and okay, at least it was a possibility. Maybe f6 was the reason.
Okay, queen g4.
Could maybe defend it like
Take on h6, but that's not enough here.
yes, I could then take with the queen and queen on and
Queen f4 and knight e7.
Yeah, like
That
this.
would be easy. Yeah. Okay,
But
the bishop is hanging.
Yes. But okay, so I think the reason was f6. Anyway, he played queen takes d3, which is naturally, yes, so just targeting the king, everything. And now he would have a knight e5. Okay, he just played g6, which is natural.
Okay.
Bishop g3, and now he's thinking. So
Is it possible to take on f5?
it's maybe possible, but very dangerous. So if I were white, I'd just bring the
next rook.
the next rook, and
f6, knight e5, but it's
but
hard to defend. Rook f4.
hard to defend, but also hard to attack.
Yes, it's easy.
because I don't see like what is maybe like. Suddenly the knight comes back.
It's a good square for the knight. Queen d4.
Yeah, and
It's
then
not so
bishop
clear.
bishop c8, and he's just getting back. Yes, so. Okay, just a moment. So there are like many questions in this game. So first, why not 95? 95 may not be so useful.
95, and the answer would be queen.
Queen d4 probably. No?
d4, d4 or c2.
If you go here, then I play maybe g6. So at least I made a tempo on this, or that's illogical. So there may be some deep calculations. I had like one idea that here, if he plays g6, I'm going to take. Is ridiculous that I have
And then checkmate on
some mates.
h4.
Yeah. Yes. But okay, so the difference was that here he cannot do it.
because the queen is
Yes,
not on d4.
But why bishop g3 is so strong? Okay, it controls the e5 square that we see, but there's still knight e5 and there is this taking, and it's not. Okay, can we take with the queen and then something at least like perpetual, maybe? Because
King h8.
yes, if black wants to win, which he does,
Because the e3 is hanging. but
yes,
you
yes.
can-
And then queen g5, yes, so I'm getting back. Okay, this knight is still vulnerable. Can we... I don't see it for white somehow. Okay, no, that's stupid. No, it's suddenly I'm like running out of steam. Because knight is coming, bishop is coming, rook on the g file, and I would need like one more piece to deliver mate. So probably the intention is to take with the rook, then king g7 we are saying. It does look scary, but f6 perhaps quite good. Can we? Some bishop f4, bishop h6 sacrifices, but I don't believe it here. Yes, we can take a look, but simply yes, I have enough defenders here as black, yeah. So
let's take a look. When he played it.
He played actually a5, yeah. So okay, we need to check this probably with the engine because
Okay.
this one is like the last move I would think of, some kind of positional move, yeah. Here in this position, so okay, it could be strong. But why was this not working? Okay, and I don't see. Maybe now bishop f4 and some kind of e4.
Queen g3.
But there's queen g6 every time, and like I'm does seem to be winning
What's
for
the
black.
idea behind this?
I mean, it seems to me that if white is lucky, there might be some perpetual. Okay, what about this? Oh no, it's the queen is defending. I wanted to lure the king out. Yes, so no. I don't see.
Okay.
This is like a whole
If he
game is-
takes on f5.
Yeah, but also a5 makes some sense because he wants to play knight c5 with the tempo. It's kind of very unexpected move, yeah, which happened here. A5. But it does seem a bit too slow. Can I play rook f4, rook h4? I'm just kind of ignoring this part of the board. Now I will have to take this knight, yeah, sooner or later because it's best in my position. But now I can do this.
I have an idea.
Yes.
If you take on f5, queen f5, and then rook f4. Oh, okay, go on.
Okay,
and
so,
then,
so rook f4, yes.
because the knight is hanging if you play queen e5. Ah,
Can do this. Ah, but now I'm
That-
getting smashed. No.
Okay.
And now. Now white. Okay, but is this a mate? Because the h8 square is defended.
But you can play h4 after this and h5.
Of course, there's a slow motion
You have
attack.
enough
Yeah.
time.
Okay, so I can play queen e7. Can I play this?
Okay, then
So
take
okay, you have perpetual.
perpetual at least.
Not sure if there is more. And just one line. Yeah, I can do many things here. Like if that is your plan, I can you bring this rook or
Yes,
maybe even this. Want to activate my queen so that you can do this,
okay.
and then I could bring the rook. I'm not in time. Or am I like with opening this diagonal? No.
You cannot attack here the white queen.
Yeah, this is like
White is
very annoying. Do I have like bishop c8, queen f5? Also, because the ending is better for white, actually. It will be like 2 pawns up. So I need to defend now with black. Yeah, not so easy. Not so easy. This is what I was thinking, like this, and now I am threatening with them. You can still make perpetual if you want. And this one is not, but maybe you can defend some slow move now. Or rook f1, rook f2.
if you take on g6.
Yes.
Okay, bishop h6, rook g8.
Rook g8.
G8 is good enough. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
maybe even this. So
This is
seems fine for black.
okay.
So okay, there's some attack, but it wasn't clear. And even like here, about bishop 7, knight e7. There are many moves, yeah, and
Also calculated 97.
but 97 I am kind of stuck. 97 then a5 or 95. Yeah, hard to understand all this. So he's thinking. So I'm now too curious. Yeah? So like we've seen that here, those two moves were available, 95 or g6, but he played this. And now who is better? Queen takes d3, g6. So the difference was 95 also a reasonable move, yeah, and queen e4,
Queen e4
even with the knight g6 setup, yeah, and he's suggesting some repetition, or can we go here? Now and then bishop c8. So actually this was reasonable, but he played with g6
and
d4.
white.
Okay, this is kind of
ignored this.
unusual plan, yeah, that he could switch gears, but everybody's looking at the king. So bishop g3 and now 95
Okay,
suggested some kind of equality. Also gf5, yeah.
G5 should.
So and now we have to understand. For example, this is maybe slightly better for white, and this one looks to be very nice. So now I cannot take because of the discoveries. But let's see this one in f5. See, I like white. Yeah, this one is a bit compromised, and. Also, yeah, we are curious about this one. So king h8. It kind of
right?
yeah, white should kind of make a draw with hitting this pawn and giving checks. There is not for either side. If rook f4, there is 95. Yeah, basically black defense. So white needs to make a draw. So now I think. We need to decide if black just wanted more, or was he scared of this attack? Like we don't know. Maybe he saw that it's at best it's a draw, and he wants to win. So that's why he played a5 move. And this one is still equal after bishop takes d6, but this one is
It looks
very
unreal.
well.
Okay, take on d6. Knight takes.
Okay, so now it's a 4, so queen b8 only move, and now taking here obviously. So we already have 3 pawns.
Enough compensation.
95, kind of forced.
Okay,
Take.
take.
And this white needs to keep it close. But this position, this could go either way. But perhaps I like black, and I'm a bit surprised that it's equal. It's like okay, let's say this one he's suggesting to trade, and this one is maybe pretty important that he has queen d4.
But black is playing here.
Yeah, that's my impression also. Black is playing for a win. White needs to play like a series of only moves, maybe to have it a 0. But yeah, this is the thing that from human point, like the evaluation would have been completely different. Yeah, than. I mean, yeah, for engine this is equality, but for us we like black, yeah. So okay, and he's certainly not risking anything with this piece up. So this is like dramatic game, and meanwhile Safarli won. So we saw this position. Actually arrived this one, and he very nicely.
He sacrificed on d4, okay? And then
yeah, so he
check.
continued sacrificing, and now this one is
sacrificed all the time, and then
this one is an ugly check. Yeah, then
take on d4 or
yeah, because then he will take on d4 and winning even more material.
or
So
take.
let's say king h6. So for example, king h6, I will take, and then this one. Okay, the first rank is not a problem. Yeah.
Do you have the bishop on b5? Okay.
Yes. So I can, let's say maybe this one is safer
This
to
is
take.
most safe.
Yes, and okay, then later on I will return with the queen and I'm winning. but he played knight to e7, so he took the bishop. It was transposition, so this happened in the game.
Okay.
This was knight f5, queen takes e4 with queen e5 and g4, because g4 solves the first rank issues very elegantly, and after queen f6 he designed so the knight is trapped simply.
No square.
Yes, no square, and he loses it with checks. So Safarli played a really nice game, but I was mentioning here in opening, I wasn't sure if this is so great for white. I think this was actually speculative, but here it was a trappy moment, like he should have gone king f8. But I was also thinking that this and ed5 it was the only move on my mind, and then king f8. But then this happened, and I think after this it is lost, because the center is being open, and like once I saw this, then because there is no way to stop it, and he played it really nice. Yeah, so this is like a brief recap, but
wonderful game. Yeah.
yes, I mean from that point on it wasn't too difficult, but he made it work. Yeah, so kind of queen is a powerful piece on the open board, taking everything. So.
It was decided after 10 moves.
yes. I think already like knight d7 is the decisive mistake. Laurusas, in the meanwhile, they made a draw. It's actually more pleasant for black. Maybe he was
I've seen
happy
them out there.
with this. Yeah. So Petrov against us, and here we had a very nice position. I think we still have, but we'll get to it. So.
Okay.
Just very free-flowing endgame for white. f4.
f5 is an interesting idea, and then g5.
Yes, he did so. And maybe also some, like he could start with g5 and then, something like this that could be
similar to
yes.
the game.
Yes. Okay. So let's see the game. f5.
c4. Okay, and then g5.
Okay, there was no way for black to keep it close. This looks like it's winning for white.
But Max played rook a6, a good move.
Okay, at least he's getting some counterplay, but it shouldn't be enough. So king f7. So what about rook h7?
He wants to bring the knight to e5.
Yes.
That's the idea.
Looks great. But this one, does he have to play this? I prefer maybe rook hg1.
Yeah.
Maybe it has some point later on. Just rook g6 and.
Rook g6 is.
But it would
now it would have been better
yes.
to have the rook on
Exactly,
g1.
exactly. Yes. So now e4. I mean, rook h7 is king f6 back and some kind of repetition.
Okay, e4 also the c4 might be hanging.
Yes.
If he takes on e4, yeah.
But this one, the knight e8. Black is holding on. Yeah, so he played e4 and now came rook b6.
Okay, b3 is necessary, I guess.
Yes, I think he needs to play b3. And then
That's the position now.
there's the position. It does look very nice for white.
Black has no counterplay.
You need to trade something. But this one.
Rook h7?
Yes. I mean, it's black.
Okay,
I need to
but,
close the eyes and hope that, okay, you are going to have some checks.
I think king e3 is more precise.
So not
And
allowing
then-
this. So, okay.
And then rook h7.
Yes, white could take this time to defend it. I'm looking some knight a3 or something, but it's
Bishop d1.
bishop
Okay,
d1.
c3.
But maybe I could ignore it as white, even to give this or king d3. We can do.
That's good. Yeah.
But no, but there is the e4 problem.
Okay.
So not okay. Let's attack. So, for example, this. Now black is getting somewhere, yeah. So like we wanted to avoid this. Now it's a piece, and okay, this is very scary, but I don't know.
Okay,
Is this like fatal for black? Yeah, I don't see a decisive moment yet, and somehow
something went wrong.
something went wrong. Yeah, we lost a lot of
After
material.
knight b5. Okay, this.
Okay, so knight
Okay.
b5 is my only hope. I need to create
Okay,
some
king e3 is okay, and
It's
then
okay, but then knight to a3.
okay.
Maybe king d2 just.
That's possible, or
But-
knight rook h2. But
Somehow the center is disappearing. Like in such a position, I already have the bishop, and I will take on e4, and it's not.
okay, bishop d1, then c3.
Yes. You can also move the bishop, so c to king d2, and just like. But there are some checks. It's annoying, yeah. I mean,
Rook
is this
h2, but
is this any good? Knight c2, I go here. So can't. Okay, at least I have this c pawn. It gives me a lot of hope for black. And I have to calculate every move. There is f6. There is like so many dangerous ideas for white. You know, it does look like it's a problem. Yeah. So this one.
this looks wild.
Yes, it is, but this. There needs to be something for white.
Look, checkmate. Yeah, rook
I
d7 and d5 is checkmate.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Yes, I missed this.
But- Black can do it better. I think.
Yes, maybe here. Yes, yes. Because then okay,
d5. It's not so
D5
clear.
it's not so clear because
King
maybe I wanted
D6.
to go here. Yes.
Rook d7.
Okay, this is promising, but maybe check and take here. So then you
No.
threaten this and a lot of threats. But also, can I ignore it? Yeah. So like a wild position, but. Okay, this does look sim. E3 has also
Perhaps
problems.
it's
problem.
better to not to protect
Okay,
the
well,
d4. Not
I
to
think
play
we
king.
let far too much counterplay for black, yeah? Like somewhere along here. I mean,
Okay.
b3 also seems very logical, but he's. does he
Okay,
have-
b3, knight b5, and then
I would be relying on some f6 maybe, but no, it comes with check, so not really.
and then take on d5. Okay, b3, knight b5, take on d5.
Oh, what do I
Okay,
do?
and then take on c4. Is it possible?
Okay, but give up the bishop, yeah?
But you get rook.
Oh, taking with the knight, yes, yes.
That's okay. Rook f6. And you can play d6 probably. Okay. Is this pawn hanging? Bishop b4? Not
yet.
really.
Okay, maybe
No,
g6
g6 maybe.
or b5. Just kicking away the knight. Could be the way.
Okay, knight e5. Okay, g6, and then rook h6, and the pawn is pinned.
It's completely pinned. Is it?
Okay, you can
I've-
take
I can take it in various ways.
with the bishop.
Bishop or knight, which is better? Okay, maybe with the bishop.
Okay, take with.
If king e3, rook e8.
Okay, that looks dangerous. Okay, take on f5. Rook takes.
Even knight takes, yeah.
Or knight. Oh,
The trouble.
okay, rook h7. And you take on d6, and
yes,
black
with-
is
with
okay.
check here.
Mm.
So yeah, this would end up in a draw probably, but once again I would like to see this one. Why rook h5? Why not this? That's like very natural. Also,
Yes.
because I'm having this also if I
Yes,
need
knight
sometime.
f4, knight
And-
e5.
Did this have some tactical problem or there's no? Like this does seem by far the most logical move. Like if we compare it, yeah. So okay, let's say now I don't have even this, yeah. So, but it's completely winning for white. Yeah.
Mhm.
I have all the threats, yeah. So.
Rook g7 or rook g6 or knight h5, everything.
There's the little button. Yeah, rook hg1.
It's winning.
And after this, it's still winning, but it's
Okay, heavy
kind of slit. Yeah, and he's only like plus
knight
one. But
b3, knight b5.
yeah, this line which
We
we were
found the
saying.
best moves here.
Yeah, so ed5, knight d4,
Takes.
knight c4, rook f6. No, no,
Our
it's
line.
the
Oh,
bishop d3.
d3,
And now what
g6.
about g6? So not playing d6 because this is
Ah,
a
okay.
check. Yeah, so and
That's better.
now
Without d6.
if we arrive into this.
You will get to be
So
7.
essentially, black king is in trouble, yes. So like take, and knight b6, and this position here will stop here. It's winning for white. Yeah,
Zugzwang.
yeah. This whole is being cut off, but it's
Rook g1 would have been better.
yes,
for
even better, yeah, because then it will be completely clear. And Anton Korobov won.
Yeah.
What do we have? So I was saying that I'm optimistic for him because he got this position, his pawn up, and not entirely clear what is white's compensation. He doesn't have any pawn breaks. Bishop h8 bit silly.
Black has many resources here.
Yes. f6 just trapping the bishop. h5 rook g5. F4. He took this, but simply lost. The bishop was trapped. So this was kind of prosaic. Okay,
He trapped the bishop, okay.
he's trying now to win some material back, but
That's not enough.
yeah, not enough. The two black bishops, yeah, licking their chops.
Really
Like
strong.
seeing the white king. Yeah, so
Whoa.
yes, but there was no way out.
The rook is on g6
like
now.
nice.
Wow.
Yes, from h8 she actually took the knight from d8, and then she made this route and picking off everything. Yes, so queen d6, bishop takes d5. So and now he said it's enough. So I mean this is a beautiful game from Anton Korobov, but yeah, his opponent didn't really find a way after the opening. I think let's say this position is normal, but I think g3 was not necessary, and also b3 because it didn't achieve anything. Maybe he should play this directly.
Pawn
Or,
down,
yes, or something like this, something concrete, because in the game
He had no
didn't-
chances,
Yes,
yeah.
he didn't get anything, and then he lost the bishop. Like I want to see this moment. Why bishop h8? Can he go like here? Okay, maybe e5.
yeah.
Or something.
e5 and bishop c5.
Okay, black is
or
better,
trade.
let's say, but black could play this position, no? It's like so obvious. Why? Like here, bishop h8 looks like harakiri. So why not this?
Okay.
Okay, black is better even after simple c5 here, because he repelled.
You can trade on d4 and fork on e5.
Yes, yes. So he's like some tactical motives. I understand this is
You have no time to take on
Uncomfortable,
h6. Yeah.
like this, and this now the bishop is trapped again.
Because the queen has.
The queen is defending. Yeah. Can I play maybe no d6 I take with the tempo? Yeah. So it just all doesn't work for
Ciao.
for white, falling apart. Straub against Deuer. So we have seen this position, and I said that
beginning.
I think black is going to win. Actually, he's trying to start action on the king's side, kind of utilizing this c3.
It's too passive.
Yeah, I think it was pretty much misplayed. But the position is
He's fighting, yeah,
close.
okay.
He's fighting. He took with the
After E pawn.
yeah. Interesting. I would have considered with the C
Open the
pawn.
C-
Yeah, yeah,
C5.
and then put the bishop on C3 under the lead, controlling all the files. But okay, this one is also logical. Now, this is a nice transfer. Knight B at knight C6. I think he nailed it. And now
Knight D4 and to
exactly.
the free is hanging.
And like this is weak. This is weak. I could open it up with F5.
You cannot trade any pieces here.
Yeah, both of the knights are quite bad. There are some breakthroughs. C4, you know. E4 might fall. I think it's going to be easy job for Marius Deuer. And Fedorovsky's fighting. Now this position with the pawn down. So bishop E6. Oh, we have analyzed this rook D1.
Okay.
I don't see really the compensation for black, but at least he is kind of like good bishop and he's creating something. So rook d3. How to proceed with white? At some point I could play e6, like transforming. So if you take with the queen, I have this nice protected passer, and if you take like this, I'm going to play this. I need to play queen g4.
We would play Queen G4 immediately.
Yes, also.
Or before E6.
Before E6, yeah.
No.
Yes. I mean, with black, I would like to achieve some type of ending. But now, yeah, this
It's
one.
also a threat.
What about this?
Okay, you take on E4.
Ah, it's pretty bad, yeah. So Queen G4 is
G6, however.
okay. G6, but already I can give a check and
Okay,
E6
then-
if I want.
Oh yeah.
Or
Then
wait.
you get the C7.
Yes. So I think big chances for white. I think it's going to convert because it's a pawn and black has some other weaknesses. Some issues. Queen G4 is strong. E6, yeah.
F3 is also interesting. After
F3,
G6,
yes.
F3 you open the
Or
F,
simply rook D1. Many moves, yeah.
Mhm.
I think he's going to win. And this one we saw like
Good
I was
job.
thinking it was slightly better for white, but fizzled out. The opposite colored bishops and draw was agreed. Okay, very decent tournament for young Turkish player, only 16 years old. Leonardo Costa was better, and again we had this structure already a few times, and this time he took with the f pawn. But it wasn't much of an improvement. I think just black's position is inferior. Problem is like this is eternally weak. Also, there might be some bad bishop situations, and I think after this tournament this will be much less popular. Yeah? Because it seems like okay, it's playable, but even this position is terrible for black. Yeah, because this bishop is not playing. Yeah, so always better knight, the C line, and also some weaknesses. Yeah, so. Okay, how to break through with white?
Bring the knight to G3 and
some
make
G4.
F4.
Also, we just kick away the.
Okay, G5 is a possibility.
For black, yeah.
If the knight
Yes,
is
but
going to E1. Okay, but
yeah, I could prepare it. Also, actually, the queen side is now locked, so maybe one idea could be after G4, I could bring the rook somewhere this way.
Or play King G3 and then you can move with the knight. Okay, G4 looks okay. And then King G3.
G3 and then F4, but then I will need also H5. So
But you can close the position and go with the knight to D3.
yes, I can also maybe move the knight over there and hit those
But
pawns.
G5 will follow, I think, if you play
But
91.
I'm not concerned.
Right
so,
now.
so let's say here Queen E3 was played.
Okay.
Actually, he already no. Did he do it? He did it immediately.
Okay, he played.
No, so I think it's a mistake. because now I have some way in with white. Like it will never be
It was
closed.
too early.
It was too early, but even so, like let's say make some move. Like I'm not so concerned about this because
F4 is
F4 I will have
queen
okay.
d3.
Has to be calculated, yeah, because there are some blockades, but essentially I will always
Also,
open the position. I'm a bit more worried here with white that he will close it, yeah, and maybe not really h5 because that's too weakening, but like he will wait. Now what I will do with white, like I will need to.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is dangerous.
G4 again.
Yeah, kind of G4, but it's a long way to.
And now knight F4.
No, like
And
F4
then you can
or,
take on G6.
Yes, actually this will come under fire.
This
And he can't
becomes weak.
really, he can't really switch with this bishop because then C line. Yeah, so he's stretched.
This weakened. Yeah.
Yes, so this should be winning for white. I mean, so maybe he was kind of evaluating this and he feels like he needs to do it, but I think it has to be winning. It has to be winning because with the H file, I have simple attack on the king's flank. And what does black have?
A weak bishop's pair.
Yes, like you need to open this diagonal,
Yeah.
but
Oh,
this is not.
would give him fantastic counterplay, but
Yeah, take away this pawn. But okay, this doesn't work like this. So
Wait a minute. How about bishop c5?
yes, it could be also. I think he's going to not trade it.
So he wouldn't
I
expect.
think
But he could also.
D6 is a better square for the bishop.
Yeah, I mean,
Because you can take on. Okay.
he could also it's maybe.
But then you can move the queen to d2, attacking the a pawn.
It's still protected, but
Take on E5.
Okay,
It opened the long diagonal.
But if he's not exchanging bishops, well, his black bishop is a little bit worse than before.
maybe.
But G4 here.
Yes, I mean, but
You can take on E5 after G4,
yes,
probably.
like this. If he's going to
Okay.
trade, he is going to set up. Maybe later on, bishop c5 remains an option. Or what I want to do is maybe put the knight there and then. Okay, but then okay, he trades. I mean, anyway, this bishop is bad. Even in the opposite color bishop endgame scenario, like black is going to lose the a5 pawn. You see that, like. White will have advantage on both sides of the board. I think he's going to win.
This was the idea. Losing
White should concentrate on the king side here.
Yes, back
And
to g5. Yeah, it's winning.
Do nothing on the queen side.
Okay, so now
Okay.
let's see Savitha and.
She was yesterday here.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
I have seen this
Keinanen played
position.
a very provocative opening, but actually maybe he kind of survived it. 97. Oh, but this does look.
No.
Okay, even this ending is very threatening. With
So
all the
many
pieces.
threats here. The B7 is
You can see
hanging.
beautifully
Knight
working
F7.
white pieces. Yeah, should be winning.
Oh,
So knight f7. Okay, black wants to give up the exchange and kind of survive. Then knight f6. So rook is 7. He has to move the knight, and rook takes b7. So here the current position. At least the knight is defending,
actually.
and there are some, Can
If
he
you
like
take and then
take
go
and
back with
or maybe here?
no, H4, B5.
Yes,
Okay.
better to go here. But this is a bit shaky. Maybe this, and the bishop is short
This
of
is
squares.
trapped.
It can be good, yeah. Rook d2, we want to go. Oh, how?
But rook B. Okay, then bishop D4.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, maybe. Can I target this knight and somehow. Then,
Okay, rook E7 and then. Okay, but.
okay, let's say it gives black time also to move.
Okay, but
Play f3.
knight E4 is a threat here.
And Okay, I just still cannot put it away for white. Okay, let's see here, because this is obvious move. But maybe this was the problem. So it wasn't satisfying her that here G6, yeah. So
Okay,
or no.
then H5
Yes, yes.
should be okay. But now take on F3.
Yeah, yes,
Or
exactly.
take-
Yeah, okay, so this doesn't work for white. Yeah, I mean, yeah, rook e7. But I think it was like somewhere around this position. It does seem like it's winning,
But
but hard to.
something went.
Okay, h3 is logical,
Okay,
just
take.
simplifying, but there was something better because here black is pawn up and he's surviving. Yeah, or here. Or
That happened or?
yeah, this is the position. Yeah.
Okay, with the knight on E5.
Yes.
Okay, we.
It was king h1. Yeah, okay.
Okay, and then.
Safe square. Maybe I overestimated this for white because
White can attack the bishop.
can she make at least a
The
draw
bishop, yeah.
like this way? Yeah. So this, and now hitting the bishop along this diagonal.
Bishop A1.
Yes, I will still just if I don't see anything
What's to say
stronger.
of this stage?
Yeah, so this here. This is perhaps too much, yeah. Then I don't know. This is like very dangerous. Yeah, so I think black needs to accept the draw. Maybe she's now thinking like what to do exactly, like if there is anything more. I think she had a nice advantage also in the opening, and if it will be a draw, she will be a bit disappointed from this game. But okay, still at least drawing against strong opponent.
Okay, we have
And
seen
We have seen this
this
kind of
position.
Bogo Indian setup, if you will, and he plays f3, f4. Okay, here he stopped the attack, but long term, black is doing fine, dominating the light squares. I would still say it's rather equal because white has this queen side play and beautiful knights.
Beautiful.
Look at those, yeah.
B4 is
Exerting
hanging.
a lot of influence. Yes, so certainly black is playing. Yes, I think.
for the win, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Now this is a bad
Slightly
bishop.
better,
Now it's maybe even a lot better because now knight.
better placed minor pieces, yeah.
Yes, and the pawns are going to fall. Yeah, I think.
The
this is
next
trouble
rook
for.
can follow on the A5.
Like the only thing I could think of is just to play like this, like to. But I don't believe. Okay, I can just go back and did it help white? I'm not sure. And rook a7 is arriving.
Strong knights
No,
in the center.
I think this is very committal with the f4, and I understand why he did it because then no attack, but I think it's maybe a positional mistake because we have two bishops, and if we play f4, then we can challenge the light squares, and e4 is forever in black's control.
Okay, what was the plan of black? To play E5 probably, or?
Yeah, so he was
King
scared. He wanted to resolve it. Yeah, but it's not.
But F4
F4 can
is
handle
the
it
wrong
good.
decision.
Yeah, like e4 is principle, but e4 is also risky. Yeah, there are some
Very
tactics.
risky
Yeah,
with the rooks
So-
and-
so like I understand why he did it, but maybe it was better to keep flexible.
A3, B4.
Okay, this something like this is coming.
E4,
But it's maybe not the end of the world. Yeah, so
B,
also just like this. Now, if this is a much different story, of course, this is nice for white.
but F4 is
F4,
is
yeah, opening
working.
everything, yeah.
attacking the E3. Okay,
Yes.
and then
simply
open the
take
E-file. That looks good.
Yes.
Rook E3.
like this.
Okay. Probably rook E7.
Oh yeah, rook e7 doubling.
Double.
Okay, I'm giving the e5, but it's logical. At least, okay, he should go in this direction.
Counter chances.
I think white is doing equal, at least, yeah. But
That would have been much better then.
Yes, I mean f4 is simply. He didn't realize that. Actually, here I would like to make it so that I could take with the pawn, but now the pawn is
No,
pinned.
it's not possible.
Yes, also maybe. But now he's not in time. Then this arrives. and,
Okay.
Like yes, always.
Gives black some
Yes,
advantage.
black will settle the piece on the e4 square, and that's eternal light. And I think okay, if we'll take a look at this, like it's instructive example of positional play, and here even because then b5 is like very typical, and he allowed this with his move
But
b4.
he lost to a5, so it's probably better not to play b4. But
Yes, I mean
h3.
it's helping black. But
He's
he doesn't-
helping black,
Yes,
yeah.
he doesn't know what to do.
Okay, but
Like even this, I mean, that look a bit desperate, but I need to shake off this, you know, this control of black. So if this I have check, if this maybe I take there.
but now you have the chance to trade the knights in the future.
Yes, at least I mean here definitely black is better. Even this ending is probably winning, but at least okay,
You have some chances.
it is
here.
different character. The position is not
Rook d1, takes
like-
on
like-
f4,
yeah
on
yeah.
c7.
Here he needs to calculate black. I mean this position he
That's
can play this
helping black.
in autopilot here very easily. C7 is easily being held, and this one is a big problem. So I think
White has some problems on the
Yes.
queen side.
I think he's going to win. Kobo already this position, and this was a beautiful game. Okay, look at this.
Oh
Look at
my
this.
god.
This was distraction. So look at. Okay, we are discussing this English. Some strange decisions. For example, b4. Why not castle? Yeah?
Castle and play
And then,
d4 later.
then think about it. Yeah. Yes. And here, okay, bishop b2, b5, and now obvious. This is the time
He's
to
not
castle.
castling.
Yeah, he could trade.
Probably
He
the
could.
last moment.
Last moment, he really must castle, and this was crazy. And now we are discussing that here he'll still take, and
Wow.
this is going to end up. Like we are talking
Very active king.
about this position that I think
It's losing.
is losing. Yeah, that
Bishop g5.
bishop g5, bishop f6 coming.
So
Queens,
many
just
threats,
C and D files are open. He cannot run. Like it's just intuitively is
queen
losing.
b6, rook d8.
Yes,
Losing.
yes. So
And it can-
like he played king e1, and now bishop to c5. Knight e4, but bishop g4, and now queen was short of square. Okay, we saw this position, and it was okay desperation. Bishop a7. That's nice, keeping the bishop. Yes, so b6. Okay, he's just saying that he will bring the queen instead, yeah, and then he will.
that was
Like this is not
Really
running
good.
away. The e4 bishop. Yes, so he did this. Queen d3. Okay, absolutely crashing now. Knight c2.
Knight c2 is the
Defending. Rook c8. So not even looking at this bishop. I mean, he could take it, but okay, why? Yeah.
he neglected it. Yeah.
Knight d1. What a shot here! Double attacking the queen. So here, if he takes, I will take over there, and now I'll go.
Back to d3 and
This?
checkmate. Queen d3 and queen e2 is mate.
Yeah, this is mate, or queen g2 is also mate. Yeah, so absolutely crashing. So he played queen f4.
Wow. Okay. Bishop f2.
Yeah, now he
Mistake.
resigned.
Okay.
Here we're simply losing the queen, and do we have something crashing here? Okay,
Take on c3 and
okay,
e3.
everything wins. So should I take this way? Of course, this is winning, but I would like to have something more. No.
Okay, then check. Okay.
Yes, and now this is okay. Yeah,
Rook
but
e6.
yeah, rook e6 is winning, but isn't there something like stronger? Okay, I'm not
Okay, take on f2 and when?
take on f2. This is logical. Here is I was thinking some e3, or maybe directly go with the rook. All of those.
b5. But
Yes, maybe I'm just like too.
okay, take on c3.
Maybe.
That was okay.
Take
And
on
then?
c3 and then queen d2 and then push him, but or Maybe like this. We go e2. Okay,
Everything
now,
is
now,
hanging.
now, yes. Okay. Okay, he can resign. Why there's no chance to hold this, but conversion.
A big material advantage.
Yes,
also.
yes. So he resigned, but I would like to do it. Yeah,
You wanna
in the
checkmate?
best way possible. Yes, yes. But okay. Of course, he simply resigned with queen down. Because here actually like it's equal material. Like black didn't even sacrifice anything. Yeah, and he was crashing there. White player. Yeah. So
Okay, right. That's
white.
two pieces for them.
Yes, white resigned. Yeah. Simply then bishop d7 winning even more material. Okay, so beautiful game by Roman Pirik, and also you are at Druska 1. So we saw this position. I mean, very strange decisions for black. Like, okay, he went into this stone wall, and then he took like that's not in the spirit. So he should keep the knight there.
Yes.
Yeah. So c6 or I don't know, knight anything.
Not take on
So he played
c3.
f5, and now
the idea was e5,
but okay, it's faulty idea. So even here, white is much better, but why not bishop e6? This automatic move.
to block the.
He must play this, and then queen is, and then he will
and then
decide.
c6 okay.
And he played c6 and b6, which I think is really crazy. Yeah, because now this is going.
This got weak. Yeah.
Yes, and now he didn't even keep it blockaded. So now, okay, with such a bishops and c file, okay, white is winning, but we can see it through. Like he actually got two rooks, but this one, okay, it's kind of a technical task, and for Juraj Druska, he's strong in such positions. I know him, and he will not allow any counterplay. Like it's one-way traffic, and now winning the queen after rook d6. So not much to say about it. I think
the game is over.
Yeah, he already won. So this was a poor opening from black. And okay, let's check this Elisev game, because finally we have some Sicilian rouser. Okay, we are not going to look at the opening too much. Let's say this is still around equal, but then there were some attacking. Rook takes d5, rook e1. Looks okay, dangerous for black, but I don't.
Crazy
He
game.
cannot take because discovery.
Oh, yeah.
Queen c7. It looks like black is over the worst, and okay, now knight d5 is the idea. Where to go with the rook?
Rook c5. Knight b6. Try to activate the bishop. Okay.
Let's say some moves, but it does seem like black is winning even here. He now has the play of his own, and his king is surviving in the center of the board. The reduced material. I mean, rook c5 is quite strong. Now he would need something, but this is too slow. Too slow, and
Bishop b4.
Bishop b4, but I don't see the threat. I mean, I could go here
No threats here.
or here maybe.
Can you play rook b? No, rook b7. You have also the bishop on g4.
Also, rook b5 is a move, but
Okay, the b6. The knight is not hanging here. You can take. Okay, but
yes. No, well, it kind of is, but so let's say rook b7, but I have this protected, so I'll bring my rook. Suddenly I'm threatening also. Okay, like a little iffy now. The king. I shouldn't have allowed this.
Okay.
Is this? No, I'm just joking now. Is
To
there
go with the knight.
something crazy? I don't see it for white. So maybe even this seems to be winning for black. But interesting, yeah. Kind of a bit scary, and
If you play c3,
by far not the only way to go. Okay, I have some checks. Then D2.
It's not made.
It's not made, but at least okay, I'm very close to
King D2.
winning. Maybe it's
Mm,
also rook e6
okay.
is something too. But I wanted to do this directly. Still, I don't see any discoveries here. Like it's a bit unfortunate for white, but it could go this way. Okay, now if I check, it then takes.
Check on E6.
Check on e6 here. I think it has to be winning for black also before, but maybe we made it a bit more complicated than necessary.
Necessary, okay.
But
Knight
okay,
C4 check. Oh.
You want to it's just king e8.
Okay, and if knight D5,
You want to take? Yeah.
black will queening.
Does seem to be winning, but actually you can take this pawn and you are still in the game, yeah. Like this, you have this. Also, okay, I bungled it, but before it was winning for black, yes. So like still, okay, can I this? So it's
White
just,
has some chances here.
but there's some chances, yeah. I don't like what happened here. So
This
like,
was not the best.
yes, it's somewhere along here there must be promotion or something, because it can't be right, or just king e8. Just,
That looks good.
maybe yeah, stopping
then
any complications like and then d2 and then
Or
yeah.
rook E6 and then D2.
Yes.
There's no discovered check.
It's pretty clear, yes. So let's go back to Demchenko. Since we had this position, and it was interesting.
Still in
I
the middle
was-
game.
Yes,
Okay.
knight b3 actually happened. So we were suggesting knight to f3, and with the idea of bishop d4. Maybe he would have played c5 anyway, but still I like the knight here a bit more. Now I could let's say I could bring out the king here, and then this. Okay, white shouldn't be any worse actually. Why? That is, I have something like this.
The pieces are better
Yeah,
placed.
like
and,
the rook is offside. If the rook were somewhere here, okay, it's hard to say. Okay, there's some b5 there, but no.
bishop is not developed.
Yeah. Okay, so but he played knight to b3, kind of with the same idea, but now c5. It kind of limits white's pieces, and here. Oh, what was this sacrifice? Did he miss this? Bishop f3. Is this any good? Why? Okay, like maybe he wasn't satisfied with this in general. So because comes king f8, and now it's a bit. Also, why the move f4? Isn't this like a bit impulsive? Why f4? I'd like to just redeploy the knight.
And go back to C6. I think it's a better square than D7. And if F4.
Yeah, that's happened. Like black played knight e5,
And then F4.
and then the knight c6. Yes.
And then he took on.
Yes, but
Okay.
I don't see exactly. I mean, king e6, bishop f3. So he went there. Here the king is safer. There's no bishop d4. So he went this.
And then bishop D4.
It's very concrete.
Okay.
Does he is he winning something here?
Okay, bishop
Or maybe
D4
he is.
is still the idea. And
d5. Was this brilliancy from white? It cannot be stopped?
no. Because he's
G5,
taking on
F5, I
C6. Yeah.
After G, I want to get a square for my king, but
But no
That's
rook. Okay, or
oh no.
no, you.
Yes, maybe something like rook this. Oh, I get it. Like.
And then rook D6.
Yes, rook d6, and you
Check.
cannot go back because then losing the
And then
this there.
F5.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's somehow
You
working
can take
for white. Yes. So bishop f8, bishop d4.
It was forced.
Very nice.
Okay.
So he was like preparing for this sacrifice. Okay, this is like very deep. Yeah, it wasn't possible for
He
black
gets
to
the
avoid
piece back.
it. Okay, and now it's beautiful. with such a bishop, pawn up. Actually, he should win this. Yeah? He should win this pretty easily, I believe, because it's also positional advantage, big positional advantage. And now he went with rook f6.
Another pawn will fall.
Seems winning a pawn, but okay, Anton Demchenko is fighting.
He has some
Little
chances
chances.
to draw.
It was maybe better with the
Little
bishops.
chances.
Well, like right around this point, I think that okay, it has to be winning. It has to be
And
winning.
He played rook e4, okay. But if he would have played rook d1,
Rook
okay,
b6 only. Move.
b6.
Well, okay, it was worth considering because I really don't want to trade this bishop for this bishop. I think.
Yes, you're right.
I think
absolutely.
it was misplayed a bit because still somehow you allowed this here. This
Okay, but you can play rook g4 and
maybe
disallow
this way,
that, or rook g2.
completely stopping anything.
That's much better.
Has to be winning. It's a winning position. So I think this one was a bit weak, and now we have a rook ending, which okay, it's much better for white, but black is fighting. Rook ff6, king is 7, and then also white queen side might be
Rook
compromised.
h7 is
Yes,
probably
play
dangerous with
against the
some
king. Yes,
back rank threats, yeah.
yes, but okay. So rook b6. I'm relying on rook f5 if I need.
Okay.
So like if you go in, then no, well, but you can still do it. Okay, so now you are threatening. Okay, so first let's check this. What about this position? Is this is very dangerous for black? Yeah, there are mates everywhere.
There's no perpetual.
There's no perpetual. Yes. So I need to do this.
Okay.
Take. But now I'm winning a lot of pawns as white. Yeah. Okay, so what about this position? Rook b3. Okay, let's say rook takes c5. So which?
Similar position.
So I
2
know.
days ago.
So this is a theoretical draw.
With the king on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean he will get it. Yeah. I think also white king is cut off here. So like I will cross it. Yeah. It should be a draw. But. I repeated this ending like 3 times and then still I forgot it. Yeah. So like in practice, like they would struggle. Yeah, they struggle.
I would also have many problems in this
yes.
ending.
But this one is maybe best what can get. Yeah. So like still, actually something like similar happened. Okay, let us go there. So it was rook h7.
They played it.
Rook h2, so not
rook b3 as
what's
we
the difference?
mentioned.
Yeah, the difference is that now I keep this pawn.
Okay, and that's winning. h5 and take on c5, that's winning.
That's winning,
absolutely.
yes. So he needs to play rook h2, rook h5 instead. So he realized this is probably a draw. What about rook to f3, then rook to c2? It's a problem. So
It's
this is the only
necessary
move.
to keep the c pawn alive.
Yes, but I have a feeling that now black brings the king over here. Also, this video.
And now king g1 and take on c5. That's winning.
Yes, it's true. There is no time for black. He needs like one more move to defend the pawn, but it's true. Rook h5, rook a2 happened, but yeah, it's similar. Now
Rook h5 was strong and then take.
Yes, and now I have those 2 pawns. That's a win. That's a win. So maybe he calculated this brilliantly, and it does seem like the only way for black, because otherwise those
The
mates.
last chance, but
It's like the last chance, but
at this level,
rook h5, strong move. Just
better than rook f3
yeah, much better. I think maybe
to
the only
get the
winning
c5
move, but
later. Then king g1.
now he's going to win. Just okay, he's going to collect
Okay,
it.
he played king g1.
Yes, like this. So he's going to collect it,
Take
and
the
now
c5, king g2.
king g2 simply. Yeah. So I have time. There's some harassment there, or like.
If the pawn would have been on the f5.
Okay, now king this.
Okay, it's
Okay, just like a.
no. You can give a check on
I can give a check, and okay here. and game over.
We can give a check on e5
Okay,
also.
is there some like last hopes?
Okay.
Okay, let's just like this and okay. Anyway, it has to be winning. It has to be winning for white, but now some checks.
Can you make some progress here?
Okay,
Not
I
so
want
clear.
to go there. Yes, so with the king
Okay.
should be winning.
Can also
Okay, so
give
let's-
up the h pawn in some.
Yes, and play for
variations.
Lucena. Yes, so that's but okay, maybe there is something better here. No, like
I think a rook e5 is better.
rook
And a
e5.
rook e4 and rook
Yes,
g4.
yes,
And when the h pawn is running.
yes. This is decisive. Yeah. So no nonsense here. Rook e5,
no.
rook e4. Black and basically resign. Even here.
No
Okay,
chances for
okay.
the
So can he go here? You go.
It's the same. Rook g4.
And now if he waits somehow, he's in kind of Zugzwang.
Okay,
That's-
but he
Because I
must make a move.
yes.
Okay.
So let's say I do this. We go with the king over there. It's a bit awkward.
Okay, then it's better to play the rook on h4, I think.
Yes, it's like
Rook
little
h4,
technical
and then
difficulties.
rook d4.
Yes,
Okay.
and then
and then h4 and go with the king to d2. Okay.
so just
No, not immediately. Okay.
yeah.
You
There is
have this. Oh, okay.
there's some kind of study like defenses for black, and I would like to. Okay, did look
find the best,
completely winning for white. So let's go into the game position.
We will
Right.
get the same probably. Yes.
Can I stay somewhere else?
Okay. Now he's thinking.
Okay, this would be heartbreaking if this is a draw.
Demchenko would be lucky.
I would like to maybe sacrifice the c pawn, but for that I need the king to be there. Like, okay, I'll show you what I
To
mean.
cut him up.
Yeah. But the king stays over there, so. Okay, just
Okay,
see yes. So if I go, this is not enough. Yeah.
No, that's not enough.
That's
That's
not enough.
drawn.
Yeah, that's completely drawn. So
Okay. I think rook e5 is a good idea instead of h4. Yes, here, okay, and king d6. And now?
no, then it's losing.
King f6
King
is
f6.
better.
King f6 only.
Okay, rook e4.
Okay, I can. So
You can
I will,
win a
I will
tempo,
have to give up this pawn at some
Okay.
point.
but not
But
now.
not now. This is so awkward. Like for white to.
Okay, king h2, and then
Okay, I don't know.
go to, and now rook g4.
Okay, it's some kind of
Okay,
success,
will
but
king-
I am
okay,
still.
king g3.
So you want this, yeah?
The idea is to play c5 and rook g5.
Yes. Sometimes it could be.
Okay, what should Blake?
Here. I'm a bit tied up. Okay. We check and king g4. Okay, now we are getting some
That's
progress.
okay.
Yeah,
That's okay. But king e5. Okay, then you can rook f5. No, if you
C5,
give,
no? It works.
it works. You cannot.
I will show to the viewers, yeah.
Easy.
It's easy win. So
Okay, how to?
here is black to move and almost no good moves. But if I stay here, are you playing h4?
h4 and
But then this rook is harassed.
oh my god. Rook
I think
g5,
maybe
king
he's spoiling,
f4.
and that's the reason why I think young players they need to train technique. And like Vladimir Kramnik was saying this, that this is like very important. Like
Okay, king g2 and then king f5.
this is already very complicated. Even if it is winning, this is some kind of study. Maybe we'll wait for Mark and we'll put it into table basis. Like what is the best here, because
Okay,
we don't know.
rook h4.
Yeah.
No. Okay, table basis would give us an answer. Okay, rook d4.
Still, you cannot really play h4. It's the problem is that the pawns are not advanced enough. So if I lose one of them, the resulting position is going to be a draw. I cannot. I would like to jettison one pawn and win with the other, but it's not coming
Okay,
through.
king h2, king e5, or rook
Or even
h4,
king g5.
and then I can play c5. Or
Yes, I mean you can. But,
Oh,
but
no.
c5 will be this, yeah.
okay,
And suddenly, I think we completely bungled it because we have passive king, we have weak pawns. Okay, it's kind of general. And this is what is happening in the game. It's going to be a draw. I think huge disappointment because this could have been a tournament victory already. And look at this position, yeah. I mean, he made all of this brilliant work with knight b3. Okay, c5 maybe was a mistake. Maybe he didn't see it. Because I was actually evaluating this as slightly more comfortable for black. And maybe he was viewing it too, that, okay, I'll just play king f8 and slightly better. Maybe, knight e5. But he played c5, king f1, knight e5. I think he should step away with the king. That was maybe...
pawn was on c4, on h3, on rook.
Yes, we are
table
looking
baby.
CCG, because we are curious, yeah, so...
And the rook was
We
on
now see the current position, not the two rooks. Yeah, so king g2, rook e4,
That's
white to
the
move.
position, and
White-
white to move, of course.
Put,
Yes, white. Okay. Draw.
draw. It's already drawn, but I've seen it. Once we didn't find the continuation, it was a draw, yeah. So okay, so this one, I mean, look, beautiful sacrifice with the deep bishop f3. Like, look, I think it's a great concept, yeah. Just trading, and there is no way for black to react on the board full of pieces. Is just so, like now everything hangs, and it worked like clockwork for white. Yeah. Up to this point, can he take what?
No.
Then the bishop c4 in
Always
the end.
hanging.
There are some tactical issues.
Okay.
So he did some kind of f6. No, doesn't.
Okay, if you take on f8 with the bishop, bishop c4
Because
will
black
follow.
king is almost checkmated.
No,
What about-
if you take on, okay, f6 or
What about this?
the next.
Okay, now he needs to step away with the rook. And this works for black probably.
This works, yes.
Okay, I can still take the bishop and okay, it's too fancy, but can I?
If you take on c5, king f6,
It looks like
that's not.
bishop
so-
c3. So what happened? Like he could postpone the taking. Maybe there is something bad, but okay, this position has to be win like 100 out of 100. Yeah, this is like a technical work. Rook e4, rook a6, and here, like I would play king e2 and rook
Bring
g1.
the rook g1.
Completely winning. Yeah, completely winning.
Yes.
There is no
Technically
discussion.
winning,
Yes. So pawn up and dominating pieces. Everything is
Horrific
weak.
pawn structure.
Everything is weak. King is weak. It's game
Bishop
over.
is
yes.
weak.
And I'm just like
A little
maybe,
wonder
yeah,
too.
it's like
too.
only +2, but okay.
And black will find the right way to.
Like
to
he
hold this,
here, like
okay.
rook g4 was better. Never giving up this bishop. And like once this happened, I've seen that this one is maybe still winning. I have a feeling, but it's like close. Yeah. Now the evaluation is going down, and rook h7. This exactly happened. Now apparently the only winning move is b4, but this, okay, alright.
It was false to make a transition into a double rook ending.
Okay, like yes. Like for example, this rook a2, and white is winning, but
It's mating, probably.
yes,
or
but
being it.
in a practical game you will never
Yes.
find this idea, yeah, that you are yes.
How to
So
open the A file here. Okay, but black.
and once we see it, it's like obvious, yeah, that this is winning, but before like this is the most logical move, and suddenly it's a draw, yeah. Suddenly it's a draw already. I
Plus
think
2.
yes.
the opinion of the engine, but-
h4. Okay, he's still going up with this. Rook h8, rook No, but now it's only one pawn up, but this one is maybe winning because we are promoting. Wait,
It's not possible to prevent it.
I mean, it's not, this seems like the most obvious move, and true, if White had just one more tempo to consolidate, then he will be clearly winning. But he doesn't have it, and Rook C3 came. Like, I'm trying to identify, like here, Rook E5 was stronger, but no.
Okay, Rook D3, but no, or E3. That's
This one is
easy draw.
No, but
+5.
yes, something like this position is winning
really.
because the king is cut off. If the king was there, it's a draw. If the king is there, then I win. I will just push the pawn. But this one, okay, it's already difficult to see those differences, like down on time. Yeah, so
Tough for the players.
like this does seem like very natural, but king G2 was a faulty move. H4, but how does this work?
And then H5.
H5, yes.
Okay, King G2 was the mistake.
That was, okay, so this one, and still Rook C4. How do I win?
King
this?
G2, F2.
Rook C5, do I have? King G3.
Okay.
This is the way. And he needs to see it like before, yeah. And then it's +5.
Rook H1. Okay,
but
now
then
the C pawn is not
now
hanging.
I can move the rook, yeah, because normally,
okay.
yes, yeah, but this is deep, and now we see the game position. White is shocked, yeah, because
He realized.
yeah,
that
he realized
it's
that
not
he
winning.
completely spoiled the win, and yeah, this one is very serious, very serious. Let's check Visakh, then maybe it gives chance to him, yeah. So taking actually this way, so not bishop takes d6, but some kind of other idea. Okay, very very well. I think both sides are playing for winning, so taking here, queen d4. So who is better? But it does seem like very nice for black, no? Also maybe queen c5. Is this possible?
On the first side, but okay. The
Okay,
b3 is hanging.
he's going.
Okay, he's attacking
Like I would
the c4.
like to trade the queens. No, isn't the ending very good for black?
So something like.
But then b3 falls.
f6 is not possible.
Hmm.
Spinned. B5.
Okay, but here black has a nice position. Yeah, he should convert. Big of everything. Also, the knight is defending. He could go to f7 later, and he's winning.
Alekseenko has.
So Alekseenko is caught up to leaders. Yeah. So I think, yeah, White should resign this. There is no hope. But I was wondering, like, just around. Okay, let's go back here. Like, who is better here? But probably it's black. Okay, take. Because b3, nice move. So he's using this pawn just as decoy. Yeah, he needs to get some time. And correctly, he realizes, yeah, he has time to take the c4 pawn. But isn't there some e5? You know, this move, no. But actually, rook takes c4, hitting the bishop. At least complicating the matters, no? Like e5 looked the way to go.
Bishop.
Bishop takes c4.
Rook is hanging.
e6. This is scary for black, yeah, he can lose. He can lose this. So e5, what are we missing? Has to be considered e5.
If the pawn takes rook f7, take on f8 and mate on f7.
This wild position. Because black king could also get in trouble. So let's say this. So first of all, I have some e7 moves, but also this threatening mate.
H5, and or take first.
Surviving, really.
Bishop e5 is.
But e7.
Enough resources to defend.
So you need to now go back with the rook.
Or bishop e5, however.
Bishop b5, then I want to take.
Okay.
This is. Okay, creating the Luft for the king.
Mm-hmm.
Not really enough. Yeah.
Interrupter.
No,
Okay,
okay,
but
so-
rook a8 was possible.
Rook
Rook f8. Okay, the b pawn is running away.
Yes, yes. Then you promote with check. Yeah, that's the right plan. Yeah, we still have the b pawn. Yeah. So, yeah, I
I
mean,
think the b pawn was.
it was some complications
important in the
around there. Maybe he was relying on this e5, and then as it goes, that from afar you want to play this, but then you change your mind. But then suddenly it's losing here because, I mean, if he's going to play this position, then there is no hope. Even still e5 now. No, actually, this is hanging now. Yeah, no, he's not in time. He's not in time, and this one he can resign. Now it's like now material down, and
Easy winning for black,
black is
yeah.
collecting. So let's see the end of the game. Trading. Actually, he didn't resign, but it was just a few more moves. B4. H5, just making absolutely sure that he's going to win. Notice because he understands the position is winning, but just a few more precise moves, and he's going to win on the spot. Yeah, so
Now White will has resigned. Yeah.
White has resigned. So Alekseenko, Safarli already won. So he's
What
the
was
mix.
with the game of Max? He lost.
He lost it in the end.
Oh,
Okay, we had here. Yes, I mean, very nice attack, but he went for a4. This does seem a bit slow.
okay. We
Oh,
calculated knight b5 earlier. Okay.
Yes. Now, but what if it takes just maybe bishop b1 and
Okay, a3 and then
e3 is logical. But a3.
probably
But it will be
rook h1
stopped, like-
and stop the pawn. Yeah.
Probably still winning, or yeah, rook h1. But okay, he played rook c6. Now a3. This is even worse version. Yeah. I think on b3 wasn't enough. Yeah. So.
Okay, rook h1 was necessary. Okay.
I mean,
we
here
got
actually it looks like he's getting some counterplay.
it. No, that
S7,
was strong. Okay,
that
okay.
move, yeah.
He
But I think he's getting through. Taking on g7
the f6 is.
or bishop h7 is still available.
Yeah, many threats. Yeah.
Yes, I think maybe we have.
Analyzing.
Okay, but this one,
No, okay.
it's going to be a win
B3
for white.
pawn is-
White
is
king is very
important,
close,
yeah,
and
okay.
he's actually mating black here, so it's not. Yes. And what about a2, the last
King
threat?
c4 probably.
King
Okay, then you
c4.
can give it
Or
check.
just
or-
maybe pick it
That's
up
easier.
manually, yeah. Everything, yes. And he has enough material. Okay, so
We have seen.
we have seen like I think maybe he had some chances around here, but you can see that
Plus
some
one.
+1, but it was used
Not
to be
so
much
easy
better
to-
than before. Like
to
like
read this.
the suggested line is this bishop. What happened? But here apparently f takes c5. Rook c3 lost time, and that was bad. So this one.
Some draw chances here. Okay.
Is this a draw or not? Rook, no, that's not a draw. Okay, but then I want to
If the
play.
pawn will fall,
Okay, and this
that's a
position.
better version. Yeah?
Yes, because I have still 2 pawns alive, and okay, it's something in between. Good winning chances, but also good drawing chances. Yeah.
Rook
So,
h8.
rook
and,
h8, and it
rook
goes on
a8,
like this is complicated endgame. Like, let's see what we have.
Rook
like,
h8, also stockfish opinion.
yes, just like if we rook h8, if we go further, because I'm curious. He's giving then permanent evaluation, meaning it's a draw.
Only one move for black,
King d,
and then you can.
2 rook takes b3, brilliant. Okay, but this is computer stuff,
It's draw.
and this is a draw somehow. So yeah, now it's it was possible, but very hard, and
He would have played
Yes.
this rook bishop against rook.
Yes,
Take on.
still winning chances here, but Korobov won already. Marius Deuer won. Like we saw this position, we
Against Straub, okay.
just very briefly he broke through.
Oh,
with
the
c4.
rook is hanging. Okay.
Winning exchange and winning the game, also winning a piece in the end. So convincing win from black. And here also white, like this position was crashing. Yeah. Winning the c
okay.
pawn, advancing it, getting in with rook b8. I think
Nice technique, yeah.
nice technique. This is kind of routine win. Yeah, with
two rooks,
king side. Yeah, he gave up. We had seen a draw. Costa, but he allowed some counter.
Costa is in Straub?
I don't know. Let's see.
What happened here?
Knight h2. So kind of slowly pushing f3.
Okay.
It's question if
G,
it's necessary.
okay.
Because it's like slowly weakening the king. Okay, knight g4. He still keeps the control. So maybe endgame wasn't enough for him, and also d4 pawn then.
Queen b5, what a move.
But he got hit with this.
Queen b5 was a blunder.
Yes, I mean this looks crazy. Yeah?
How to make...
Yeah, because queen d8, rook f8 check. I mean, something how from this position he's under deadly attack. Yeah.
Here.
But
He
okay.
oversaw rook f3.
Now queen d3 is the threat. So this one, check. Go back, but it's still I don't see like a win for black. It's like
Perpetual.
it's messy. Yeah,
they
that
continued.
they continue queen g3 check, and that's the current position. The problem with black, he cannot join the bishop.
The bishop is
attack
out
guy.
of play.
So where to go? So that's here. Okay, but here the bishop is just in time to arrive. So this is winning for black.
Bishop b5.
So I need to go here, apparently.
And when, if you take on a4?
At least, okay, the king is not in the firing line. There's also some queen
Queen
H.
f3 or bishop a4?
What is
Is
this?
this mating?
It does look very dangerous, but I don't see the way.
Queen h2?
Queen h2 or again bishop?
Looks like checkmate. g1.
It is a checkmate, yes.
It is a check.
Phew. So this will be like very...
Not really, huh?
Oh, but okay, it should be winning for black. Somehow. We check and rook g2.
Or check and the bishop takes a4 and
Yes, for that reason I like this,
it's
yes.
the easiest way. Yeah.
Like the king. Now it's mate.
I know it's mate.
It is coming and this is completely out of play. This is like a spectator on d6. It's on outpost, but not playing yet.
A pawn would be better on d6.
Yes. Oh my god! So like he pushed all this way, but I didn't like the f3 move, like conceptually, because it's weakening
But
me.
queen b5.
I mean, but this position he already sleep because okay he can stay with the queen there. Just he needs to discourage the counterplay for black.
Okay, it's not so easy, but white position is better here.
Yes, he still keeps the control. He can play rook h1. Everything is defended. Yeah, this is the way to go. Oh, no, well, but black already he got something to bite.
Okay, rook
yeah.
f1 and knight e3 and
Okay, yes, I
it's
agree.
possible. but-
It's possible, but then sometimes I want to play b5 for black, and you can do this. Okay, the game goes on. Like I think suddenly he lost track. Already this bishop is not contributing, and it changed the direction of the game. Like okay, let's see the game how it is now, because I think they're actually he broke through so.
You can take on a4, I think.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, just king h1, bishop h takes a4 immediately. His queen h4 still is there. Bishop b5. It's a win.
Lost.
Check. taking the rook.
And mate into queen g3, bishop f3. Oh,
Check.
Okay,
This is-
okay.
I can ignore this, yeah, and then I give any mate.
but
yeah.
it's mate.
And he
Oh,
resigned.
what a blunder. Oh
Yes, so
my
I mean,
God.
look, but this is like the situation. But already, how can this be good? Like queen going in there, it's protected. Like, okay,
Okay, he
it's-
attacked the bishop on b6, and
yeah,
it's not possible
yes.
to take on b5, but rook f3.
Rook f3, kind of turning the tables, and suddenly
And now
the king is.
the king can go
Hunted,
out
yeah.
over via
Yes, yes.
f7.
So actually, Savitha, yeah, she went for some kind of
Yeah,
draw.
she drawed. Okay.
Yes, actually now Keinanen needed to repeat. Because c6 and g7 were both hanging, we didn't see the way to continue. Yeah.
The right decision to make draw
yes.
here.
Yes, White definitely has a lot of compensation, and Kobo broke through. We had a long struggle, but has to be like winning for black.
With
Yeah,
the
kind
strong knights in the
this
center.
kind of like
oh, yeah.
technique. But trading one knight helps
Bring the knight
black a
again
lot. Yeah,
to e4. Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
He made okay.
Okay, he
The same idea. Okay.
he already cashed in on one pawn. He's going to go back, harass the bishop.
Bishop has no chance here.
The king is coming into the position,
Yeah, yeah,
winning.
absolutely.
And we saw this. We saw.
Many interesting games
Yes,
today.
many interesting games.
Oh,
You had
this was
another
draw here.
rook ending.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was better out the opening. So let's say.
It was the wild ending.
No, but actually
we have
we're favoring black here. Let's see.
Mhm.
C4, okay, but some kind of complications along the way. We will not look at it all,
Okay.
but yeah, suddenly white is playing for a win.
but
It should be a
Yes.
win, like, no? Like, okay, now 3 pawns up. But dangerous passer, yes? So,
okay, the king goes
king d4,
to
king c3, it's annoying.
d4.
Yeah. He just took,
Okay.
and now he's losing the
next pawn.
next pawn, yeah. So he cannot.
But it was lost for black.
Which point? Maybe
okay.
here,
Okay, here.
check, and now white to.
Without check, what? Okay.
I would like to just capture the
Okay,
d4
you
pawn.
take the pawn. Okay.
Okay, so let's say I take and maybe b4 was wrong. I
B4.
like maybe this. So he takes, so at least I keep the control. Now
And
I
then king c2 and
maybe
go with the king,
b3.
or b3
just to-
is similar.
Yes, to keep it solid. And I will win this. I'll be 2 pawns up, basically, yeah.
It's better than
I mean, you can choose which one to take, but I will slowly convert, I think.
the Demchenko ending.
Yes, I will slowly convert it.
And
But,
that's lost.
That's lost. Yes. So. Anyway, this time
We asked the engine.
this way.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, this I believe is like plus 2, yeah, plus 3. This one. F5, keeping F1.
F5. Okay.
Yeah,
Not
it's-
to take on H7.
But everything is.
That's
I
also
think
winning.
I think yeah,
If
the
you take-
technique in
take that.
rook endgames are sometimes bad, and
Mhm.
we've seen everything. Petkov won. And what? This is still going on. Okay, this is dramatic finish. So this we have discussed. It should be a draw. There's no way.
Theoretically.
Rook d3, but why rook d3? I want to.
King E5 was better.
I want to just wait. To make any movement.
Rook D3, rook G3, is it possible? And then to get the rook on C3? Here, rook G3?
Yeah, then maybe check.
Check and
And
then
then
go
rook
back.
c2 maybe. and
Okay, it's
like-
the same.
then your king is even on the first rank. But okay, let's check this. Because now the white rook could reposition, yeah. So it's not the same. Like the white rook was passive on the fourth rank, yeah. So now
That's
it may be
better
winning, no?
version.
I don't know. Because now I advance both pawns. I don't need to use the king.
Okay,
King f4, c5. Like what was he doing? Like can he like annoy the white king? Not really. King f3, king e1.
but he will get the C pawn and then it
No, but he's not in time.
That's really...
I think he's losing. No?
Okay.
No,
then
but rook h4,
4.
I go here. Now you cannot win any of the pawns like this.
That's losing.
That's losing. Really?
So it's not possible to go... with
Also, not with the king, then c pawn. I think that's horrible.
It was
Horrible play from black.
a blunder, yeah.
Not really blunder, but like why rook d3? Like so.
It wasn't necessary, yeah.
I think. Okay, this is certainly is good idea for white. And okay, he was low on time, so it's difficult endgame, yeah. But it wasn't necessary at all. Now, what happens if I give checks? But then I go with the king. I'm improving with the pawn over there. I'm just like one question, because I know that if I arrive with my pawn there and king is there, it is theoretical draw, right?
Yes, with the h
So
pawn.
can I do some checks? You need to keep hold of this pawn.
Okay.
And now I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till you bring your pawn over there, and but you will not play c7. You'll play this.
And then go with the king to the queen side.
So, okay, do I have a time?
Possible.
No, I cannot take because c7.
That's losing. King
Okay,
d5.
so once again, so I'm not even sure about the because that allows king g4. That's definitely winning. I need to wait here. King g6. Let me play king g7. Okay, so how do you react here?
King f5. Or h4 was also possible.
Because then I can take, right? Also could be some Banchura defense, but
Rook d8. And then rook d7. No, rook d7.
Okay, but
But no, c7 is winning. Okay, king h6.
oh, but this is
That's
lost.
losing. And then c7. And then
This is lost. Yeah, rook d7 is the problem. Wait. I don't have. I'm not in time. Yeah, king is 6. You are already winning. Rook d8 in the end. So, like something like this is already.
mistake.
Can I do? No, like there are some positions, but like, I'm not in time to set up and okay, this is lost anyhow.
It was important to let the pawn on c6.
I mean,
As
but
you said.
yes. So, I mean, can he stop it here somehow, or can I? No, this one is definitely
To give a check and go with the king to g3.
because the
Okay.
king a4 was kind of losing time. Can I go here? So c5. Then I give checks immediately. So.
And then king e4. And then
And-
king e5 or d5 or this one.
And game over, yeah. No, not enough time for frontal defense, of course, yet. It's completely lost. Phew. So this
Interesting
is a
endgame.
cold shower for Anton, but really, because if you compare here with rook over there is definitely a draw, because the rook is very awkward, but with the rook on c8 and with this running, then okay, like he's thinking
rook
now.
d3 was.
I mean, he could
the
think all
wrong
he
idea.
wants, but I think we will wait for conclusion of this game because he is only 2 minutes remaining and there is no defense. Because also there was some kind of misjudging here that he was thinking that he could kind of maybe hunt down the white king, but that's an illusion. Yeah. Now the rook cannot stay there. King d3, rook d8. By the way, this is rather typical. That okay, he's not really doing anything here with this black. White rook is always active to give a check and to get rid of those mating threats. So this is not the case for counterplay. So I think he realized. No, h5. Rook h4 was playing. I think this is the last character moment. Rook h8. Because he needs to win one more tempo. Like this is not enough. Apparently, I will just take and I'm there. Yeah.
Rook d8. But then check.
Here rook d, then I get behind here.
Okay.
Yes, or anything. But this one is yeah. I think after rook h8 it's clear because.
King cannot take the c pawn because of h6,
Can I go
h7.
something like this and king g7? No,
But
I
no, c
still.
pawn is running.
Yes.
Okay, rook c4, and then rook c8.
yes. Rook c8 and just completely drawn and.
King e7, h6. Okay. Okay, king g7 when you need the king.
I need the king, yeah, but I will bring the king. I have time. Yeah, it's just like Lucena position.
But don't
yes.
play the pawn to c7. That should
the
be a
pawn to
theoretical
C7
draw.
That's a draw, yes. But yes, we'll do it like this. He cannot even take any of our pawns. We are marching through, and that's what happened. And so he played now rook c4. I think after rook c8 he can resign. Maybe there are some other moves, but this one is good enough. So I think already you can if you are interested you can check it. But I think after rook d3 white is winning here. After rook d3.
Okay, oh, we have the position here. Okay,
Rook,
rook
yes.
g and here and white's turn.
Yes, white is winning.
c5 is winning.
c5 winning or no, many moves maybe. Okay, make rook g8.
Okay,
But
rook g8 and black is.
No, but his king is also on f5. Yes.
Okay, you are right
It's
here.
important maybe.
And black.
So it's winning. It's winning. I mean here now it's black to move.
Okay, and then scroll.
Oh, draw.
Rook c3.
Okay, let's make a few moves. Yeah, rook c3, rook c8. That's what happened. Yeah, and here rook c.
Draw again.
Or rook c2.
Something. Okay, you can
Because yeah,
tell me the
it's
next
like
move.
very crucial. So we are
Okay,
telling rook king g3, rook c2, king g3.
Rook c2. Oh, we have here a queen. Oh.
Oh.
How can this happen? Okay, wait a minute here. What was the here
So this was the crucial position.
with the rook on d3 and white to move? The straw. Okay, go with the rook on g8 and black's turn.
Rook c3. That's what happened.
Rook c3 happened.
Rook
Draw.
c8.
Rook c8 and then rook c2, king f4
Or even some other moves. Okay, so
Well,
he
king
played king
e6.
f4. Okay, so king f4. That was the
is
move.
also draw.
c5.
c5 is draw. Everything is draw.
Yes, but no.
Rook c2 only move.
Yes, king f1, but it does seem like very dangerous.
King f3. We had this
No,
line.
no. So we are. So he played king. So what
Okay.
about this? King e1.
King e1. King e4. Oh, the only move.
Okay, h4.
h4. Rook h2, and the king is near the c
So
pawn.
what we managed to do, we brought because he cannot stay here. So we brought the white king,
He's threatening
there,
mate, and then brought
and then we need to
king.
tend to this pawn, so that when this happens, our king is dead.
That's the. Oh.
But this is like very difficult, and no, this is impossible to find in the game. Yeah, like you are threatening mate, but only to dislodge white king and to have rook h2. Because in the game it wasn't possible. Then the c pawn is running, and okay, let's see what was the final mistake. So he played king e5.
King e5, and the
Instead?
king is on f1, and the pawn is on
And then it's
h3,
probably
and
white to move, and this is
move.
probably winning. Yeah, now it's already winning.
h4 is
Now
winning.
he's far too late. Now I thought that this is winning.
h4, and then what happened? And
Okay,
Black is
rook
losing here.
c4.
Rook
Now the current
c4.
position.
white is winning. Okay,
Yeah,
h5.
So he played here. Okay, I liked rook c8, which I think is clean. There's nothing.
That's too clean, yes.
But okay,
Clean is,
this is also clean. Yeah. Okay, I can play c7. I can do because this is completely winning now. if I
And then
if I play
activate
like
the
this,
king.
rook,
Okay, king e2, king d3. And
he cannot take any of the pawns. I'm going. That's it. Like maybe he wants to. But now the rook is doing too many duties. Yes.
rook
So
d7.
rook d7. He needs to go there, and
H pawn can.
yeah, it cannot be just collected. Yeah, I'm
He comes too late. Yeah. Okay, king
completely
d6.
winning. Yes.
Okay.
So, but this one's already far too difficult. I think if he stays with the rook over there, it's easy draw. It's easy draw, and there was
That would have been much easier.
I mean, yes, we are following the game, so c7, rook c4, just going with the king. No even any hit on any of
Will
the.
do it. Yeah.
Like if he could take there, but he's out of square, yeah. So it's just like, okay, what can be done? Like let's say I keep my king there, but then the h pawn is running. It's too much. Then
Too
check
much, too
h7.
much for-
It's yeah. He already resigned after
He
king
resigned.
e2. Okay, so
Thanks for watching.
yes, thanks for watching. That was the dramatic end, like a very tough rook endgame, and I think it's also a reminder for all of us that we need to repeat it, and also all kinds of theoretical and practical rook endgames, because it may be crucial in the career of a chess player. Okay, so thank you. Have a
The
good night.
transmission will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Then we have the last round, and after this, Amar is going to win probably the tournament, because
He's leading. Yeah?
Alekseenko is catching up, but he already lost to him. So, but on the other hand, Alekseenko will take white and Amar black. It will be Amar will play with the draws, definitely. It will be enough for tournament victory. But still, the last step is the most difficult, yes. So, and Alekseenko is revived. I think he survived a lot of scary position, even against Druska and against others, and he turned it around. Yes, so now he's in a clear second place. Visakh, with this loss, is being sidelined, and Safarli is joining the mix. Yes, so also of course Laurusas, Bernadskiy, but this will be like top 5 battle. Yeah, but for the first place, yeah, Amar is now the clear favorite. Okay, so
good
exciting
night.
days.
See you.
Good night.